so much to talk about. Yeah. Big time. We've got there's all sorts to TBD.
Right, good morning everybody. It is now 9:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. First of all, usual announcements. We're not expecting a fire alarm. If we do hear one, we have to exit the building by the fire exits, as shown up in the green, downstairs, and we congregate in the council's car park. And obviously don't come back to the building until we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody manage stairs? Yes. Any problems? No, thank you. If you could please make sure your mobile phone, check mine, is turned silent, please. That would be helpful. I'll go off in inquiry. Hold on a minute. Right. Thank you. Now, so the last 2 days we've been walking the route of the two roads. Very helpful. Thank you very much to the applicants for organising that, and I think everybody found it very beneficial. Also quite interesting walking through wheat and barley fields. I think everyone was exhausted at the end of it. But anyway, so we managed, I think, didn't we, to actually walk nearly the whole route. I think most of it, wasn't it, Mr. Gearing? Just a few sections we couldn't get through, but so that was very good. On that point, Mr. Wilde had his file on the iPad, which was also very useful, that we all looked at on occasion. And I've been, well, I can't download that document onto my PIN's computer, unsurprisingly, but I tried on my personal iPad, and I think it's too old. I don't think it supports the software. So I wondered whether there was any possibility, obviously not immediately, but at some stage, to provide that in hard copy.
We've been talking about doing that, and I mean, I think it is possible. So presumably at a reasonable scale.
Again, like an A3 booklet.
A3 booklet.
Like that. So it obviously wouldn't be able to be the size of the iPad and things, because we only saw small sections at a time, didn't we? But not too small. But it just it's really useful to see where an indication of where the embankments and the cuttings and all that sort of thing.
It would be quite nice if that could be done pronto, so that it could also be spoken to during Mr. Wilde's, not just Mr. Wilde's evidence, but obviously other people's evidence as well.
I mean, we'd need copies for
Of course, yeah. So we can do. We'll take that away. Yes. So yes, we'll do that.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's one thing. Now I have just got a few other things that. I haven't actually been back to have a look at outstanding documents, but I do remember that we were promised a hydrology note, weren't we, which still hasn't come in.
Yes, you're right. It hasn't. It is well underway. We're just trying to get it finalised, but it's on our list as well.
Okay. Right. Thank you. We've got the ecology note now on the ancient woodland.
We do, and I believe that's gone in as 100.37.
Thank you. I haven't managed to read that yet, but we'll do so imminently. And if there's any questions, obviously I'll come back to you on that.
Thank you.
I'd just like to talk about, just in terms of evidence, I think we've now received, I don't know about hard copies, but electronically anyway, the planning, viability and socio-economic evidence.
Yes.
Haven't we? I think that's all come in now.
Yes, thank you, yes.
Yeah, so that's complete, all the evidence.
That's everything. Yeah, I think there might be a bit of rebutting coming, but
yes,
subject to that.
Rebuttals, yes, obviously. Now, in terms of rebuttals, I did say that in terms of the viability rebuttals, I would like those a bit earlier than the 2 weeks, by the 8th of June, I think I said. a note was sent round.
Yes, that's what we're working to.
Everybody hopefully could do that. Okay.
I think we had. Sorry, I thought we had
the
11th.
wrong date. Was it the Monday of the
Let me see.
week that we're not sitting,
Oh.
or Tuesday or something?
We were working to next Wednesday, which is Wednesday the 11th, which is a sitting day
okay,
for
fine.
viability. But we could.
No, don't change it.
I
okay.
recall a discussion where we'd said it'd be useful to have the weekend to be able to finish
Yes,
things
it's
off.
just
So it's whether it's the Tuesday or the Wednesday, I think. But,
Okay, well, I don't mind. What, you mean for next week?
What was that?
I was just flagging in relation to the discussion about moving the timetable. I do recall there was a discussion we said that there needed to be the weekend because of the availability of clients to kind of.
Well, I think let's not worry about it. I think I'd best check with Yvonne when we actually what exactly we did agree to.
Well, at the moment we're working to the 11th for viability, but then I think we're working to the Monday the 16th for other
Monday
things.
Right, okay. Is that the Monday first?
That
Monday?
is first Monday, and it's a non-sitting week, just as you've said.
Okay, that's all right. Good, all right, thank you.
I'm just going to ask a question. I think I know what the answer is. Is there any possibility of it all being on the 16th? We could certainly use the time, but only if you're going to start work on the viability stuff in advance.
I'd just rather have, for the viability, if there are going to be long rebuttals, I'd rather have it in hard copy, and I was going to
do it over the weekend.
Well, certainly not. I was going to do it that week.
That week. What if we've got hard copies?
I won't have a printer where I'm going to be doing it. So I need.
We'll go. We could. Yeah, if we could courier it. I wonder.
It's up in Scotland.
Oh dear. Right. Okay.
Well, at least you could, I suppose.
We'll get it by the Friday, Madam.
If you could.
You're off to
that
see.
would be helpful.
Off to visit your daughter, I think, in Scotland.
Viability next Friday.
So if we could say hard.
I don't mind the Friday.
We're not sitting on the Friday, apparently.
Oh no, we're not.
But we could.
That's why it was a Thursday, wasn't it?
Oh dear.
We're not sitting on the Monday.
We're happy to get it to you on the Thursday, and then
you?
you can
Thank
you can
All
take
right,
it
we'll
away
take-
to Scotland.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. What? Fine. So we'll take viability now on Thursday the 12th in hard copy and digitally,
Yes.
and then all the other ones on Monday the 16th.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, everybody. Good. All right. Thank you very much.
It's going to be a lovely trip to Scotland.
All right. Yes, well,
Sorry, could you just repeat the dates again? Sorry.
yeah. The rebuttals. It's just the rebuttals for viability by the 12th of June, which is next Thursday.
Fine, thank you.
And then the other rebuttals, i.e. planning and socio-economics, by the 16th. Because I can read those on the computer. Viability I like to have
No problem, thank you.
hard copy. Right, that's that. Thank you very much. Now, going on to the timetable then.
Yes.
I don't know, but it seems to me that there is a possibility that we might be a bit light this week, i.e.
Yes.
that we might be able to do national highways if I stop talking soon today, which would be great. And then we'd have Miss Bonnie tomorrow, who, the best will, isn't going to take all day.
Yeah.
So I wondered if we could bring up Mr. Bamber tomorrow, at least start him.
At least absolutely.
Because then
Just to inform you on that, the 30 minutes of cross-examination from me that are down for national highways were provisional,
Yes.
and they were pre the second statement of common ground.
Yeah, I
and
just
so the
wondered.
truth is that it'll be zero for
I
in
did
all
think
likelihood.
that. Yeah.
So I think so. Yes, is what
Probably
I'm saying.
mainly my questions.
I'm
really,
sure,
and I
yeah.
might not have a huge amount after yesterday.
So you said, which is to support what you've said about it likely being done in a day.
So would that be all right, Mr. Bell? Given that we're all here? Yes. Thank you. Because that would then mean that we might, at least next week, finish Mr. Wilde's evidence in chief.
That would be really great if we could do that. Also, just to say, I'll probably be shorter with Mr. Weaver than I've got down, but longer with Mr. Bamber, so it may end up evening out.
That's
But
okay,
yeah,
well, that's
either way.
fine, but no, we're not sitting on Monday. Next week we're not. No, we're not. I've got down.
No, we're not. Tuesday the 10th we come back.
It was a possibility, but I think is it what day? Monday are we sitting? 30th, is it? The 30th is the only Monday we're sitting, and that we're starting at 11 o'clock in the morning. June?
Yeah,
Is that all right?
that's
Yes.
correct.
Right, so everybody is okay with that. That will be really helpful. Now, as I think we've got all the barristers here. We are a bit concerned about whether we're going to have enough time
Yeah.
at the end.
Should say we don't have Mr. Warren, do we? I don't think.
Oh, Mr. Warren's not.
He's at another
Sorry.
call in somewhere
oh, okay.
else.
Mr. Warren's not here. Have we got anybody from the
Don't.
Duchy?
Don't believe we do today, but we can obviously pass
All right,
things
well, we'll
back.
have to pass on to him. But I know some of you can't sit of the week of the 28th of July. I realise that. But I just wondered if I could know who could sit, even if it's just a day. I know that you can, Mr.
Yeah,
Simons.
we're showing, aren't we, already the 28th and 29th on the timetable?
Yeah, we are for you and Mr. Pereira. You seem to both be okay for that.
Yeah.
Yes, but is there anyone else? Mr. Young, you can't, I know. What about you, Mr. Westman Smith? You can't? Not at all? Not that week? No, just for closings, that's all. Okay, so we just need to know... Mr. Bell, but you can't, Mr. Bell, I don't think, can you?
I am away, but I would be happy to kind of come in remotely if needs be.
Yeah, I'd prefer to do it face-to-face if we can, because, the whole thing's been done face-to-face. I think it would be... right, okay, so it's just Mr. Warren. I can't remember. I thought he did say he might be available one of the days, but I'm not sure. I'll check. We'll check, yeah. But at the...
May I just say, I should have said...
Yeah.
Microphone. I should have said Mr. African Writer will be available in that week, so we've got flexibility.
So you'd be happy for her?
Yes, because I
read?
can. Exactly, because we will
okay,
prepare closings together. If that assists the timetable, we can do that.
That might, yes. Thank you. Right, okay. And I'm presuming that Mr. Young, you're not available remotely either.
I shall. We've done this before. I'll be on the Isles of Scilly.
No.
I think there'll be competing pressures to watch Mr. Simon's closing and sit on the beach.
I was just thinking of giving your own, actually.
Yeah. Well, I hope we're in the week before.
Well, I hope so, yes, but this is what I'm saying, that we're worried that we've got a lot of pressure and it might run on, you see.
Yes. Well, you know the answer, which is that if you insist, then that's what will happen.
Well, I'm trying to be accommodating if you're on holiday.
I will join you remotely if that's what has to happen.
All right, Mr. Young, thank you.
As long as it's from a beach, that's fine by us. Yeah.
As long as you've got your laptop or your mobile. Right, but I hope it won't come to that. No, but there is also just one other thing, and I think that this has been raised about having another day for viability of... And has this come from you, Mr.
It's
Simon?
come from us. Shall I just
Could you explain?
very briefly explain?
Yeah.
The situation... We've now obviously had receipt of all the different proofs of evidence on viability.
Mm-hmm.
And it really arises not from the continuum proof of 5 parishes, but from one of the... one of the 3 proofs in particular that Kent have put in. Kent have put in 3 proofs of evidence. One from Matthew Spilsbury, who's a surveyor. That's a viability proof of evidence. One from Mr. Colin Finch, who's a team manager there, who gives a sort of overview of the pressures that Kent is under. Neither of them give rise to the thing that I'm talking about now. It's the third, The third proof is from someone called Lee Birchall, who is a capital programme manager at Kent County Council. And what he does in particular is to append a costs review by a firm called Dadswells as his appendix. And he, long story short, the Kent's position is that the roads are going to be more expensive, quite a bit more expensive than the appellant's view is. And that feeds into, of course, the viability evidence. It's separate from, but obviously feeds into, because then what Mr. Spilsbury does in his financial viability appraisal is to assume, as it were, the Dadswell costs, the Mr. Birchall costs, and run that through the FVA process, and it has impacts on things like the ability to deliver any affordable housing and pay our other 106 contributions, etc. So the reason for all that background is to say that actually, so far as Kent goes, there's not much of a dispute on viability. There is quite a big dispute on costs, on road costs, on likely road costs that feed into that viability exercise. And so there is, of course, continuum to think about who's the Rule 6 parties consulted, and there we have got disputes on the approach to viability. They're saying the opposite, which is that the scheme, rather than being able to provide no affordable housing, should in fact be providing much, much more affordable housing. So there's that to talk about too. There's clearly viability things to talk about, but we're concerned that just having a day or whatever in terms of a roundtable on viability is not going to give us...
And we're not having a roundtable, I've said that.
Sorry.
About
Okay.
a million times.
Right. Sorry, I've missed that one. Fine. Either way, just having well, in that case, that might actually... Anyway, we need, I think, an ability to also get into, to the extent that we need to, the question of costs, because really a lot of the debate on viability is going to turn on it.
Right.
And that's why I think we need... I've said another... I was going to suggest a roundtable on costs.
Well, I'd rather not, because, the thing is that all of the evidence at this stage is, because we've got this tranche approach, means I have very little preparation time.
Yeah.
So, normally, if it'd been a normal inquiry, I would have had time to prepare it, but I'm probably not. I'm going to, because I've got to do viability socioeconomics planning all within a very short space of time.
What if we prepared... the problem is if we don't do a roundtable on costs, if we did a roundtable on costs, we'll be done in a day, just on costs, hopefully under. If we don't...
Well, can't you...
I mean, what we could do, what if we prepared an agreed, agenda for you and that kind of... Would that make any difference?
Well, it's not the agenda, it's actually absorbing all the material in order to sort of do any sort of sensible...
No, totally. All right.
Trouble. I mean, it's basically meaning I've got to do your job for you.
No, I appreciate that.
It takes us a huge amount of time.
Well, I'm sure it does.
No, it's not that. It's not... I don't mind, obviously, don't mind doing it cross-examination. It's just what I haven't worked out yet is what implications that has on timetable. So what we put in our email was we could do, a day's round table on cost leading into a day's round table on viability, but clearly on what the basis of what you're saying, that doesn't work.
I think the Rule 6 party didn't want a viability round table, did you? Did you change that?
Yeah. No, we're fine with a round table.
Right, okay, well, I don't anyway, so...
If you don't, that... Okay.
If I may.
Mr. Simons just asking for I'm just trying to figure out what's happening. Is Mr. Simons saying that we need a day of inquiry time to deal with costs? Is that
exactly? Yeah. I was expecting a day if it was round table. I just need to take it away and think about how it works in the event of it being cross-examined. That may mean more time.
So how long have we got for viability? How many days? Monday the 30th, and then I've got Tuesday the 1st of July. So we've got 2 days. But also we've got the 106. Yeah, we've got the 106, but that's...
I think it's a day and a half at the moment.
So we've got 2 days for viability. You think we would need 3?
If it's all to be cross-examination, we probably do need an extra day, to cover the costs.
Yeah. Well, so be it then. Mr. Young?
Yeah, so I definitely think you should have it as cross-examination. I'm afraid I don't really like round tables, full stop.
I know you don't, but my round tables are pretty good, though, I have to say.
Yeah, without question the best. But all that work that Mr. Pereira is complaining we have to do usually has...
It wasn't a complaint. It was an observation. I love my work.
Okay, it's an observation. I rarely think there's much sympathy for KCs when they complain about the work they do. So I would say yes, entirely. I totally support Mr. Simons. I think we need more time on that. Two points that are really important. You haven't obviously had to dive into all of that
I
yet.
haven't even looked at it yet.
No. First of all, it goes beyond affordable housing. It actually goes to other contributions. So the evidence is saying that the contributions can't be afforded. So it's more than the affordable housing. The second thing is that it isn't that we're arguing, and I think I've made this point a couple of times already, we're not arguing over the minutiae of every single thing. What we're looking at is some big ticket items. So contingency and so on. And they do need to be cross-examined, they do need to be explored, but it isn't an endless list of different topics, if that's some reassurance to you. Those big ticket items have a dramatic effect, and that's what we need to cross-examine on, and that's why we need a little bit more time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we need to concentrate on the, as you say, as you call them, the big ticket items, not the sort of minutiae, because in a scheme like this,
of course,
it's going to be, it's going to be some. We're not going to be able to be down to the last penny.
We're very much on the same page there. There are a few big things, a few like contingencies will be a big one, for instance, and that we do, but we need to be examined one way or the other because in the end, certainly our position and Kent's position on viability, the key thing that divides us really is those costs.
Yeah.
So it's different with Continuum, but with Kent, that's the key area of dispute.
All right, Mr. Bell. Yeah. So, I mean, does everybody think that 3 days will be enough?
I do. I think 3 days will be sufficient. It'll be two of us, I think, principally cross-examining. The parishes have a very different view, which is they say, you can afford full affordable housing, but it is predicated largely on a lot of the appellant's cost in relation to those big ticket items. So I don't, without speaking out of turn for Mr. Bell, that isn't where a lot of the dispute between Mr. Simon's team and my team is. And as I say, and I did say this before, didn't I? It's high level because of the nature of the project, as you've just said, and it's a number of specific items, which, whilst we'll have to look at them in detail, I certainly think 3 days will be sufficient.
What do you think, Mr. Bell? Because you're the other player in the.
I mean, our approach to this has been kind of born out of a kind of a high degree of scepticism over the costs that have been produced so far. So we do have kind of points to make and do want to kind of drill down perhaps a little bit more than the other parties would perhaps want. But obviously we're still kind of waiting to see some final costings for items. But I think we probably are going to go a little bit further than the other parties want.
I mean, could you think between you? I mean, normally I would probably hear the Mr. Bell's side first, and do that, and then go on. But I think you need to talk between you how the most efficient way of doing it would be.
Certainly happy to do that, Mark. Yes, let's do that. I mean, my own sense would be that all three parties have viability witnesses, as it were, viability witnesses proper, if you like. It would make sense to me to have the costs dispute first and then the viability dispute after that, because that's the sort of logic of it. But I'll discuss it with my learned friends.
I support that. There's a specific issue about the costs, and it had been flagged up to us that by Mr. Simon's team that we deal with that first. So I'm more than happy to take that approach.
What do you think, Mr. Bell?
I agree. It makes sense to deal with costs first, and then viability.
So we'll do that first, and then we'll come to you and Continuum. Is it you've got? Is that right?
Yeah.
Come next.
Exactly. So to go, I think the first witness then would be Mr. Young's costs witness, who is Mr. I'm just getting his name, Mr. Birchill, and then it'll be our costs witness, TBD, because we're doing it at the moment, and then and then after we've done that, we would then move on to viability, as it were, I think, if that makes sense, and then continuum followed by Mr. Spilsbury for Mr. Young, Mr. Young's other witness, and then ultimately us.
So continuum next, and then, sorry, who's your... Mr. What,
It was me,
who's yours?
Mr. Young.
No, Mr. Young at this stage, who you're...
I've got three witnesses. Mr. Birchall is the highway costs expert from Kent County Council. I've got Matt Spilsbury from CBRE, who is a chartered surveyor specialising in financial viability of major proposals.
Yeah.
And then thirdly, I've got Colin Finch. Now, Colin Finch is really just setting the context for the importance of the contributions. And it may be that he's best heard during the planning evidence, I don't know, because it's not about the numbers and the costs. He's just saying this is why we're concerned about making sure we have got accurate costs and what the implications would be for schools and other contributions and so on. And you may think that that fits in better later on, I don't know. But
well, it might... could you talk amongst yourselves?
We should.
Yeah,
we should, and we will.
Because I prefer viability to be, and cost to be just that, not getting into the sort of merits of, you know. So if we have Mr. Birchall first, then, and then the applicant.
Yeah,
who's that? What?
TBD. We're discussing who's going to actually provide the rebuttal at the moment.
That then. And then we'll have continuum, your evidence. Then we'll have Mr. Spilsbury.
And then finally, it would then be
Mr. Finch, depending on what you
pending.
think, or the other way around.
And then it'd be Tim Mitford Slade, who's a surveyor at Strutton Parker.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's helpful. But if you talk among yourselves, and we can work out a final.
We will. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's. Oh yes, just one other thing. Sorry. Can I please have a? We had some highway conditions from National Highways, but I haven't had them from anyone else. I don't think.
You've had what,
Highway
sorry?
conditions, because we're going to have a session on highway conditions, aren't we, with the section 106?
Just in terms of the conditions we have submitted, one set for the northern and one set for the southern, they have been agreed between ourselves and both the applicants and the council. And so when it comes to conditions discussions and highways conditions, they'll be on the basis of those that have been agreed between those parties, and then obviously subject to your comments, etc.
Yes, okay, no, that's fine, thanks. So we've got yours, Kent County Council obviously have
exactly the same boats. They're pinging around and being discussed,
Okay, well,
and we'll hopefully get them all agreed, but if not, we'll identify the ones we disagree.
Yeah, okay, so, but I need basically a list. I've got yours, but a list of, and then also from the applicant side, please. And from the council side. So I would like, if it's possible, to do a composite list for me. Not too late in the day, because we're going to be discussing them. 1st of July, yeah. Well before then. That's another thing to have to look at. All right. Do we need to? Perhaps we ought to set a date, should we? When should we say? These conditions, highway conditions. When's the session again? 1st of July.
1st of July it is.
At the moment, is that? But of course, it might move with the.
It's going to be a day or so, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So how soon do you want them?
So really, as soon as we can, I would say. Perhaps by the end of the week, would that be possible?
We're meeting, I understand, with KCC.
Well, not the end of this week, so it's only tomorrow, isn't it?
You mean perhaps have till the not next week, but the week after. We're meeting, I understand, with Kent next week to go over some of the conditions that.
Well, could it be before we break? Could we have them by Thursday, end of Thursday, please?
let's say that, and we'll try and make it work.
By next Thursday, and a hard copy list, please, as well. Okay, thank you very much. Right, that's everything from me. Anything else that anyone wants to raise before we start?
No, thank you very much.
No, anybody? Right, thank you all very much. We've got Mr. Howell. Yes. So, without more ado, Mr. Westmoreland-Smith, over to you.
Thank you very much. Could you just confirm your name for the inquiry, please?
Hello, yes, my name is Mike Howell.
Thank you. We're going to work mainly from your proof of evidence, which is CD 41.3.2. And page 2 of which you set out your experience and qualifications. And you tell us that you're a senior associate director of Jacobs UK Limited. You've 39 years experience in a wide range of civil engineering disciplines. And you've extensive experience in spatial planning and development control matters, having provided relevant advice to a number of clients, mainly National Highways, over the previous 23 years. Can you just confirm that's correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And then you go on in your paragraph 1.2 to explain that Jacobs has a contract with National Highways Spatial Planning as part of the Jacobs Sistra joint venture. Can you just explain what the joint venture is, what its role is, and what it's required to do for National Highways, please?
Well, the requirements of the contract are to advise National Highways in all stages of the planning process, so from local plans, plan applications, bit of study work, and whatever the spatial planning team needs to carry out to perform their function. We're there as a support.
Thank you. You might just want to speak up a little bit. I'm slightly struggling to hear from over here.
Okay.
Speaking to the mic.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then at 1.3, you set out some of the detail of the spatial planning advice you've given to National Highways since 2002. Do you want to just expand on that, please? What sort of advice have you given National Highways?
Well, I suppose from my point of view, it's been a bit of a journey over that time. Been through several changes of policy. Policy has clearly changed in that time, continues to change now. And I've just moved to the point at which I am the lead advisor for National Highways on the South East framework, which is in its 4th year. And yeah, here today to help as best I can.
Thank you. And then we just look at 1.8, which is your declaration. You set it out there in writing. Can you just confirm that will continue to apply to the oral evidence you give today?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And then matters of scope you deal with at 1.4, and you say you're not a traffic modeller. The proof is presented as a transport planning proof. Can you just help us with the distinction between transport or traffic modelling and transport planning, please?
Well, so to use a parallel, I drive a car, but I'm not a mechanic. So, so traffic modelling in itself is quite a specialist art. So I know how they work, but I wouldn't profess how to put one together. So I know what their limitations are and things like that. So quite happy to use their outputs, what they tell me, but not actually to put one together.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 1.6 over the page, you set out 9 matters that you identify as being unresolved at the time of the call-in, and they're drawn out of National Highways planning response, which is CD 1045. But you're not dealing with all of those.
No.
And what you say at 1.7 is that you're dealing with strategic modelling, local junction modelling, and incidental works to the local road network. And so it's those 3 heads that we will look at
Yes.
together. Can we just start then with junction modelling that you deal with in your, strategic traffic modelling you deal with in section 2. And I'd just like your help, please, with who undertook the modelling for the proposed scheme and what National Highways' role and involvement was in that modelling.
Right. Well, as I set out in the modelling itself has had some time for gestation. National Highways were involved in the early stages of the modelling in terms of developing the base model. Then what generally happens is that those base models are then picked up by applicants for planning applications. They use those to assess the impact of their developments, and that's where Mr. Wild comes in and his team and develop that model through to the point at which the application was submitted.
Thank you. And what you say at 2.3 is you identify the base year model as being the Swale transport model, which had been prepared by SWACO on behalf of Swale and Kent County Council. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's into that process that you, as National Highways, fed in.
Yes.
Thank you. And then at 2.2, you identify the following scenarios that are key to the process: the base year, the reference case, and do something. And you tell us at 2.3 that the base year model was acceptable and the reference case model was acceptable at the time of call-in from National Highways perspectives. Just help us, what is the reference case model? I think.
Yeah, well, just to clarify, the reference case was the part of the model which wasn't accepted at the time of the call-in.
Yes.
So the reference case model is basically what you're comparing to a baseline. You added development traffic onto the reference case model, and the difference between that and the with development model gives you the impacts of the development. So it's basically what would happen anyway in the absence of Highsted Park in this case.
Yeah, sorry, it's a reference case
That's a reference.
We need to come to, but do something and base year was agreed. So just coming to the reference case at 2.5 where you deal with that, can you just explain the reason why it wasn't agreed in the process?
Just before Mr. Howell speaks, can I just flag? I'm struggling to hear what Mr. Howell's saying.
Sorry.
I don't.
Speak up.
Even more.
Yeah.
Yep. Just.
I think it's a combination of leaning closer to the mic, but also if you could consciously speak more slowly and louder, that would help.
Okay.
Thanks. Oh, I see. Right. Thanks. Okay, so let's just try that again then, please.
Okay.
So we're looking at the reference case, not agreed at the time of call-in. I just want you to explain, please, the issues which led it not to being agreed at that stage.
Yeah. So, as I said, the reference case model is basically what would happen anyway in the absence of Highsted Park. So you need an evidence-based basis for that scenario. So at the time, it was based on the then emerging local plan, which has since been withdrawn. So that evidence disappeared effectively. So it was just concerned that that reference case wasn't based on an evidence base at the time. So we asked for more work to basically either replace those assumptions or to justify those assumptions. That work was ultimately carried out by Mr. Wild and his team and submitted in a technical note, and has since been accepted.
Yeah, thank you. So if we turn over to your paragraph 2.6, and by the way, that audibility was much better than if you stick close
Good.
to the mic. Paragraph 2.6, you refer to the applicant submitting further information on the 3rd of February, new technical note, sensitivity test of growth methodology, 34.11.1 in terms of CD numbers. So just what sensitivity tests were carried out and what did they show? Why did you get comfortable with the reference case modelling?
Well, the additional work that was carried out was, I suppose, an industry standard approach using what are called temporal growth factors. So that basically applies a factor to observed traffic. So there's a general blanket growth approach, if you like, and that the reason that approach was acceptable to us was because it basically proved that the impacts of the development, I mean, bearing in mind there's a new single point of contact on the M2, that the impacts were relatively insensitive to where the growth was located. So that gave us the comfort that actually the reference case which was previously submitted was in actual fact okay and could be accepted.
Could you just explain that again in terms of the new? You're talking about the new junction, were you?
Yes.
Junction 5A.
Yes.
But that wouldn't be there, would it, in the reference case?
Sorry, no. It so the traffic from in the reference case wasn't overly sensitive to location of development. So I suppose at the end of the day, the local plan had a fair spread of development in the emerging local plan. The temporal growth factor approach replicated that to a certain extent.
The temporal approach just allocates growth it doesn't allocate it in a certain place.
No.
Just allocate it just universally.
Sort of blanket.
Blankly, yeah, I see. Okay.
That's exactly right, ma'am. So originally, the reference case assumed a disposition of development arising from the proposed local plan.
Yes.
That local plan was withdrawn. That raised the question, well, is that a appropriate basis for the model? And then what was done was sensitivity checks that relied on general growth rates, not growth from particular developments. Is that
yes, that's
fair?
correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And then, so we end up in a position where you're content with all aspects of the modelling, and that's set out in the statement of common ground between the applicants and ourselves, the latest version of which is CD 34.14, and it's page 17 that covers the modelling. Any other points you want to raise now in relation to strategic traffic modelling?
No, that's effectively resolved the concern that existed at the time of the call-in and allowed us to move on to the consideration of junction operations in a bit more detail.
Thank you. So let's look at then section 3 of your proof and local junction modelling as you entitle it. When you look at the detail, you're looking at essentially the motorway junction. So although you use the term local junction modelling, it's right in the main you're looking at junctions on the strategic road network.
Yes, we tend to refer to strategic modelling in terms of a whole network, but local junction modelling in terms of more detailed look at an individual part of the network.
Yeah, but still
it's still strategic road network.
Thank
yes.
you. And when you're saying junction modelling, you refer to the local junction capacity assessments in 3.1. What is it that you're looking at and for?
Well, in this case, because they are motorway junctions, they're grade separated junctions, the main concern is the operation of the mergers and the divergers of those junctions where traffic leaves or joins the M2 motorway.
And what are you looking for when you're something?
Well, without going into too much detail, as I've tried not to in the proof, because this is all set out in the design manual for roads and bridges. It's a bit of an art form in itself, but the key figure for looking at these things is basically looking for capacities of about 1,800 vehicles per lane as they go through the merge and diverge points. So in this case, the M2 being 2 lanes wide, you're looking for a capacity of 3,600 in totality. So where you have a diverge point, so traffic leaving the junction, ideally you don't want the downstream traffic and the leaving traffic being more than 3,600. And equally with the merge points, you don't want more traffic joining the M2 and the M2 traffic to exceed 3,600 again.
And you explain all of that in your paragraph 3.6, don't you, by reference to
Yes.
the DMRB and the geometric design of grade separated junctions, which is part of CD 24.4. But there's a written record of what you've just said at 3.6. Can I then just invite you briefly to just address each of the motorway junctions and explain why you are satisfied that there are no issues with each of the junctions. So if you start at your paragraph 3.7 and junction 5 on the M2.
Yes, well, just to summarise the information that's there, what happens, again, with the introduction of the new junction 5A, is that traffic will reassign generally to that junction. So it obviously doesn't exist at the moment. It's a new exit point, entry point, and because of the relief roads associated with that, it provides a more attractive route to some existing routes. So at junction 5, for example, you get less traffic joining or leaving the M2 using the A249. That increases the traffic flow on the main line itself as it then travels down to the new junction. A very similar pattern can be seen for junction 6 and junction 7 as well.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of where you derive the detail from, so if we look at junction 5, your paragraph 3.8 looks at traffic flow increases coastbound, and you say 102 vehicles per hour in the AM peak, unchanged in PM peak. You're deriving those figures, are you not, from figures 6.3 to 6.4 of CD 7.31.7 that you identify at the beginning of paragraph 3.7. So
yes,
if you want to chase down the numbers, that's where you look in the underlying transport.
Absolutely,
assessment.
yes, and it's a fairly simple process, just deducting one number from another number, and you get those figures that are quoted there.
Thank you. And then just help us on page paragraph 3.20. You've got the A249 impacts and 3 junctions. Now, first of all, A249, that road is managed by National Highways, is it not?
Yes.
So it's part of the strategic road
Yes.
network, right? So those junctions you identify, Key Street, Bobbing Junction, Gravehurst Junction, they are part of the strategic road network.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the analysis in relation to those junctions and impacts on them?
Well, there are increases to the north of Grovehurst, between there and Isle of Sheppey, but general reductions at Key Street and Bobbing.
And in terms of Grovehurst, what's the magnitude of those increases and impact?
I haven't got the figures in the proof. I can't remember what they are, but I can confirm that the increase doesn't exceed the capacity of the A249. So therefore, it's acceptable.
Thank you. And then paragraph 322, you've got your local junction modelling summary, and I just want you to help us, please, at 3.23, because you identify the fact that the section of motorway between junction 5 and 5A do exceed your 3,600 capacity, and I wanted to understand, please, what the materiality of that is.
Generally speaking, when you speak to designers, and this may be something that Mr. Miller might be able to expand on, you can look up to sort of 10% or so exceedance. I mean, again, you have to remember that all of this is focused in the peak period, so 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the evening. So here in paragraph 3.23, I report an exceedance of 2%, which is fairly small. There may be some minor congestion, but it's going to be quite short-lived for that, and a short period of that 1 hour period.
Okay, and then on the next page at 324, you identify a couple of factors that you say are essentially conservative assumptions in the model that give you some further comfort that everything
Yes.
Is acceptable. Can you just explain what those factors are?
Yeah, so I suppose one of the main points of the strategic modelling exercise, as long as just looking at the impacts of existing junctions,
Just
is,
remember the microphone.
sorry,
It's just dropping out.
is to work out the design flows for the new junction. So, and that's why I refer to the fact that in my belief that the traffic flows which have been identified are robust. One of the reasons is that the forecast traffic models have been based on the 2017 base model. So they will assume traffic growth from tempo traffic growth factors from 2017 right through to 2038. National Highways have a network of permanent traffic counters. There are 2 on the M2 in the fairly close vicinity of where the new junction would be. And from the information that I managed to glean, that there's no real indication of growth from 2017 to the current day. So the growth assumed in the model from 2017 to the current day hasn't occurred. So that's one element of comfort. The other point being that the normal approach following the circular is to do an opening year assessment. So in this case, you'd probably be looking at sort of another couple of years on from maybe the present day at the time that the application was submitted. But the forecast has been carried out right through to 2038. So again, there's an element of growth that you wouldn't normally expect to see in the assessment.
And then if we look at your 326, don't you have another factor in relation to temporary growth rates?
Yeah, so obviously the versions of temp are updated periodically. So the version that existed when the base model was developed and the original forecast we prepared would have been the one that existed at the time. That was pre-COVID. It's been updated since then with lower growth factors. So again, that's just another element of comfort and robustness.
Thank you very much. And then, so just by way of conclusion on that, can you just summarise where you get to 327 to 332? What are you saying there?
Yeah, so as a general point, what those forecasts show is that even in the absence of Highsted Park, the M2 is fairly close to or at capacity using those forecast traffic figures. The new motorway junction causes a change of traffic pattern. So there are some increases which are fairly minor when you look at them, but then there's a new connection point. Traffic is leaving the motorway at that point. Traffic's joining the motorway at that point. So most of the effects that we see are there either with or without the Highsted Park development. So in terms of the wider part of the M2, it's not anything that could be associated with Highsted Park. It's there irrespective.
Thank you. Then should we move on to the final matter, which is proposed work on the local road network. And just explain why you have to look at this issue as to whether or not there is a requirement for works off the strategic.
Yeah, so one of the main road safety risks that I am always concerned with is the ability of traffic to leave the motorway safely. So what you don't want to happen is for traffic to be held at the top of an exit slip road, so that queues form down that slip road back up onto the main line. You get high speed differentials in that sort of circumstance. So you want to make sure that there's enough capacity at the end of that off-slip road, and also at the point where, because in this case the motorway network will extend up to the roundabout at the southern end of the southern relief road. So that roundabout also needs to have sufficient capacity to allow traffic to leave the motorway safely. And with the capacity assessments presented in the transport assessment, it's clear that it has sufficient capacity, and therefore would be acceptable, wouldn't cause any safety risks.
Yeah. So that's the point you've just made is in relation to the roundabout at the southern end of the relief road.
Yes.
And then also at 4.2, you confirm that the transport assessment demonstrates that there's a reduction of traffic flow at all existing exits from the M2, so no further assessment of existing junctions is required.
Yes,
so just
correct.
The reasoning behind that.
Well, again, it's back to that same point. So it's the potential for that queue to extend from that terminal junction back onto the main line. So if less traffic is using that off slip, then therefore that there'll be no worsening, or should be a betterment of that situation.
Thank you very much. I think that covers the three areas you're dealing with in your brief. Is there anything else you want to add at this stage?
I don't think so. No. I think it's been a useful exercise. This has to round things off. I think Mr. Wild has been very helpful in providing the additional evidence that we needed to provide comfort to National Highways. And we're obviously in a position where we have some planning conditions which will be discussed, already been agreed, but you obviously need to see them, which secure the relevant parts of the infrastructure, which includes the new junction, but also the sustainable transport strategy as well, which is obviously a key part of the overall development.
Thank you very much. If you wait there. Right, thank you very much. So we come to cross-examination now. Mr. Bell, I can't. You said about an hour, didn't you? Or?
I don't think it's going to be that long.
Right. Okay.
I'll have to see how we go slightly, but
okay. Well, we'll have a break at about 11 o'clock. See how you get on. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Howell. We've met on the site visit.
Yes, we did. Yes.
I'm acting for the Rule 6 here. I want to come back to some of the comments that you just made in respect of your final piece of evidence, and it's in relation to the assistance from Mr. Wild. So the process is that effectively National Highways, working in conjunction with others, sets up this model that is used, and as part of the use of the model, it's then, once it's refined, passed over to the applicant to effectively populate. Is that right, with their own kind of data and assumptions that they're making?
Yeah, yes, in terms of the impacts of their development. So they load on the traffic that their development generates, and then reports that back to National Highways.
And that's reliant on them undertaking their own assessment of the traffic their development will generate.
Yes, but that's always reviewed when it comes in. So sense checks are carried out. We need to make sure that we're happy with the assumptions that they've used, and we move on in that way. Okay,
and in respect of sense checking that, I'm conscious that obviously say you're not a traffic modeller. Are you involved in that sense checking, or do you just get the end result of it, which then kind of feeds into your
But again, I rely on others to do the sense checking, but then I sort of sense check the sense checking, if you like. But I mean, you need to bear in mind that at the time of the call-in, most of the modelling was already agreed. So it's only that reference case which hadn't been agreed, which was because of the local plan assumption issue. So that was the only outstanding issue at the time.
And in terms of the sense checking process, I mean, presumably the idea is that through that process, if there's anything outlandish, say in the figures that are being used, so a clear underestimate or a clear overestimate, that's what gets picked up.
Yes.
And how is that identified? Are you able to assist with that, or is that for one of your colleagues, do you think?
Well, we've obviously got a team which is very experienced in this field. So a lot of it is, I mean, things like referred to the temporal growth factors, for example. So we can access those growth factors, we can derive them ourselves, we can compare to the assumptions which the applicant has made. And if they are within reasonable proximity to those, then we're happy. Obviously, if they're very different, we would ask questions, ask for justification of why there are differences.
And coming on to, we say, this type of development, have you seen a development proposal such as this before, where you have a significant amount of housing and other kind of facilities that are largely reliant on achieving agreement with national highways for a new motorway junction, new connections, that type of thing?
It is quite an unusual case. Atypical and unique have been words that have been used in the past.
So, and this takes us slightly into kind of what the circular expects, if I can put it that way. So the circular kind of expects identifications for new connections to come through the plan making process as opposed to the development.
Yes, normally, yes.
So presented, and I appreciate this may be more a question for someone else, but as you've said that you do feed into the sense checking process, presented with this atypical development proposal, did that flag any concerns about kind of any greater level of scrutiny that might be required to kind of a more standard one that you've seen before and in your experience?
I wouldn't say a greater level of scrutiny. I mean, the scrutiny goes with the size of the issue that you're delving into. But I think what you're referring to is the policy deviation point, which is something that Mr. Peters will pick up.
I'll deal with that with Mr. Peters. I just wanted to start exploring with you to take me anywhere with that. So, kind of essentially, the position we come to is you get the data in for the applicant. There's a sense checking exercise, and then if you're happy with it, that's it. You don't have a look at, say, any data provided by kind of anyone else in terms of modelling. So in the circumstances of this inquiry, we've obviously now got Mr. Bamber's proof of evidence, and Mr. Bamber obviously provided representations earlier on behalf of the objectors. Has any of that been looked at from National Highways' perspective and fed into the modelling by way of a sense check?
Well, it hasn't, because that wasn't a matter that had already been agreed at the time of the call-in.
So at the point it's agreed, shutters come down, you don't look at any new material at this stage?
It depends on the context of that material and how it's presented. So in this case, I mean, we haven't prepared any rebuttals to Mr. Bamber's evidence, because we are a consultee, Rule 6 party. I don't think it's something that we would normally do.
I mean, it might be quite helpful if we turn back to your proof now, and if I can take you back to paragraph 2.3. And this is the kind of the start of the section about kind of agreeing on the demand model, kind of, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And then you make reference to the National Highways technical note, which is CD 1046. Do you have that to hand?
I don't, but I can get it.
Yeah. 46. It's one of those documents that looks pretty short, but I suspect it takes a long time to load.
I've got it.
Ma'am, do you have it open? And if we turn to the points that you reference, so you're talking about action 33 on page 36 and actions 40 and 41 on page 39. And here, so it's the first one, action 33, is the bottom of PDF page 37.
Page 37.
Yep, so that's internal pagination 36 of 40. And so we see here, action 33, you requested a revisit of the tricks analysis, and then the additional analysis presented addressed that request.
Yes.
Sorry, hang on a minute, I'm not with you here.
Have you not?
Where does it say action 33? Oh, I see, right, okay, yep. Hold on, just a minute. Hold on.
It's at the very bottom of the third column from the left in the penultimate row.
Hold on just a minute. I can't find action 33, just a minute. What? Oh, I see, yes, okay. Right, I've got, yep, okay.
So,
could you put your question again then, please?
yes, I'm just taking Mr. Howell through this, and I'm going to put my question once we've gone through these points. But here we have, obviously, the request is for a revised tricks analysis. That comes in, that satisfies that particular request. And then if we go down further, and we're coming to action 40 and 41, which is on page 39 of 40, and it's the two bottom rows.
39 and 40.
Yes, so it's PDF page 40 and 41.
Mm-hmm.
So at action 40, requested to provide additional network flow diagrams. Those diagrams were then provided, and at the time this was being produced, they were being reviewed as part of a further analysis. Can you just explain what was the result of that further analysis? They were just agreeable.
Well, the ultimate result of that further analysis is basically to clarify the traffic flows in the transport assessment, which I comment on in my proof.
And action 41, screenshots of strategic model around junction A and B were requested. They were then provided. And then there's a comment about the limitations of the strategic software. And the comment ends with, we will raise any specific queries on particular junctions as part of our detailed review of this material. Now, has that detailed review now taken place?
Yeah, well, all of that detailed review led to the point of agreement at the call-in, and now informs the conclusions reached through my proof.
Now, you've seen Mr. Bamber's proof. presumably.
Yes.
And one of the concerns that Mr. Bamber has, and if we could turn up his proof momentarily, and Mr. Bamber's proof is CD reference 43.5.1.
So that's the summary that you want to refer to.
It should be the main proof. I may have the wrong.
43.5.
2.
2.
4.2, sorry, Mark. And if we turn to internal pagination 12 or PDF page 15, we have Mr. Bamber's concerns about the applicant's failure, and this is at 3.10, to put forward any evidence to support the uplift that's been applied in the sustainable travel calculations. Have you seen any evidence in respect of that uplift? How it was calculated?
The uplift in terms of modal shares, well, the uplift in modal shares is policy based.
Okay,
so we're obviously in changing times, as I sort of referred to at the very start. So it's a policy based approach. So again, the transport assessment is vision based. We support that vision. The vision has been applied correctly, and I suppose, sort of leading on to I think where you're going to. So we are more interested in the mechanisms to achieve that vision, rather than the evidence which necessarily sits behind that vision, because we're in changing times.
So what do you mean by the mechanisms?
I think, well, the planning condition which has been agreed with the applicant and Swell Borough.
And are we also looking at the further consent procedures that will come further down the line?
Yes.
I mean, is that where a greater degree of scrutiny is going to come in from National Highways' perspective?
Well, absolutely. You know, that there is some convincing to do, and we will work with Swale, the applicant. I think our interest in the modal shifts are twofold. So, firstly, we're interested in what the effect of modal shift variations might be on the motorway. Clearly, the motorway traffic is less sensitive to changes in modal assumptions, but there's also, as a national highway authority, there's a role for National Highways there to help to achieve reduced reliance on the private car, and we support very much the policy of vision-led approaches, reducing that reliance and looking for more sustainable ways for people to move around.
Now, obviously, if the position is that the figure applied by the applicant in terms of modal shift isn't correct, that potentially leads to what National Highways are trying to avoid, and you would have an increase, say, in private car use coming onto the strategic road network.
Well, as I said, it's less sensitive to changes in modal shift, and we clearly don't want people walking on or cycling down the motorway. So the mode alternatives are more limited. So the interest is more to do with that sort of national role.
I mean, I'll put to you at this point my client's case in respect of how kind of National Highways have dealt with assessing this. Our concerns are that this has been quite a light touch and applicant-led approach at this stage. Would you agree with that? I don't expect you to, but would that be a way of gisting it?
I wouldn't say light touch. I mean, we have to bear in mind that access is a reserved matter in this case, so there will be other stages to go through. There's also the separate consenting route that needs to be gone through. Separate consenting route that covered in the second statement of common ground.
So, and now we come to this a typical planning application, we're not dealing with just the addition of a junction that's been identified by National Highways as being a need. So trying not to get into Mr. Peters' evidence and the questions I have for him, when you were considering this as a spatial planner, were you looking largely at the strategic road network or any other elements of the development that effectively needs to come with it, and the impacts they would have outside of road safety, so such as the environmental impacts that come with the new structures that will come with the road? Have you looked at that as well?
I haven't, but I mean those structures associated with the new motorway junction are concept only, and we've dealt with them very much in that way. So fully expecting more detail to be provided at the relevant stage of the consenting process.
So, and appreciating, again, the unusual nature of this, are you able to see my client's concerns that the Secretary of State is potentially being asked to grant consent for the principle of a large-scale development that is pretty much dependent on improvements made to the strategic road network?
Well, clearly the linkage is there, yes.
And given the impacts that could come forward if consent is granted and then it transpires that the road cannot come forwards, or the improvements to the strategic road network can't come forwards, is that something you've had in mind when you've been considering this?
I think we have it in mind, but that's quite a detailed planning matter.
It's further down the line, effectively.
And sort of outside of my remit, at least.
Okay. So more probably for Mr. Miller or Mr. Peters.
Yes, and also the discussion on the planning conditions, which have been agreed. So there's obviously a level of agreement on the planning conditions which have been arrived at so far. In terms of the junction, for example, those are in sort of Grampian style. So the legality of that approach has been accepted
now you have
already by those parties.
You have to bear with me. You're probably more on top of the highways conditions than I am at the moment, because I think there are still discussions going on. It was mooted at one point that in respect of Junction 5A, there should be a condition restricting any occupation until the junction was up and running.
Yes.
And that's
what's in the condition.
And
yes.
It's something the National Highways required.
Yes.
Now, coming back to this idea of considering everything as a whole, a condition on occupation doesn't then prevent the development being built out.
Correct. Yeah.
And so if the development is built out and then on the more detailed look at the junction it's considered not to be feasible, or the deviation doesn't come through, say, what happens then?
Well, I think we're straying into planning matters, aren't we? Away from pure transport planning matters, which are the ones that I get in.
There are elements to it, aren't there? Because if you don't get the new junction 5A and you have an amount of development, that amount of development is presumably going to dislodge vehicles coming onto the strategic road network.
Yeah, well, the condition as worded at the moment is that the junction needs to be in place before any occupation, so there won't be any occupied development as far as that condition is currently worded.
May I just interrupt just with for 1 second? There is a proposed condition, because we're sort of running slightly ahead here looking at conditions, but there is a proposed condition that's effectively a Grampian condition that stops development save preliminary works prior to consent being got in detail under the Highways Act, which might help you a little bit. Yeah.
Thank you. If we could turn to paragraph 3.11. And here we have you discussing the junction and the capacity of the junction. Now, can you just summarise for me again precisely what you're saying here? Because the way I understand it is what you're saying in 311 is that there's an exceedance of capacity at the main line, which we mean the carriageway, don't we?
Yes.
Of the M2. And the idea is that actually the two-lane carriageway is unable to accommodate the volume of traffic.
Which is apparent from the model. So I go on to suggest that is probably a coding issue with the model rather than anything else.
I mean, has that issue with the model been investigated, or is it just an assumption that there's a problem with the model?
Well, I think I'd have to defer that to Mr. Wild. I don't know if he's had a look at it or not. But it's as I sort of go on to say, I think the relevance of that coding issue in this case is relatively minor, because because again, not wanting to get too much into modelling technicality, what we have here are actual traffic flows. So the actual traffic flow on the M2 on a two-lane section cannot be that high.
I mean, in respect of capacity and volume, I think earlier on we were talking about there'd be a bit of congestion and it's an inconvenience. But congestion doesn't just bring inconvenience. Drivers sitting in traffic, there are all kinds of issues can arise in respect of road safety.
Yes, I mean it depends on the type of issue, and as I referred to that situation where you have stationary traffic waiting to leave the motorway, but you've also got full speed traffic continuing past it. You have high speed differentials. So yes, you have to be aware of things like the alignment of the motorway, what the forward visibility might be of stationary traffic ahead. But obviously the motorways are built to design standards, and that is always there.
And where you have a stretch of motorway that's over capacity, subject to congestion, quoting from Jurassic Park, life will find a way. Motorists will find a way off to try and join later on past the traffic.
If convenient routes exist. And you do also have to bear in mind as well that the points I made about the robustness of these traffic flows that we're looking at. The robustness. So in my view, it's apparent that the flows which are in the transport assessment are higher than they probably would be anyway. And again, all of these things would be revisited through the separate consenting process anyway.
And this is where my clients again struggle to understand how the process works, because we have an inspector who is being asked to look at the impacts and to consider the impacts in line with the MPPF. And here we have evidence that there could be issues with the junction, whether the new junction comes in or not. There is going to be increased capacity at places. But the answer to that is we won't really know until we do the more detailed work. Is that right?
Well, there will be an increase in capacity at the new point at which traffic can leave or join the M2. Most of the other issues that are apparent here are irrespective of Highsted Park.
And so in respect of capacity, and this will be more of an issue for Mr. Wild and KCC, I suspect, in due course, is my clients are concerned as to the use of the local road network for rat running, should there be congestion.
Yeah.
But that's not an issue for you at all.
That's an issue for Kent County Council.
But not something that National Highways would take into account when, say, identifying a motorway with some capacity issues and some improvements that may increase issues of capacity in places.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't say that we would be blind to it, because obviously we have a relationship with County Council. We need to get on with them. So we would talk about these things in the round. But just driving around the network yesterday, there's plenty of evidence of rat running that already happens. So you can see that the new junction would cause a change in traffic patterns. So clearly, quite a lot of benefit is apparent. But matters of rat running are there for Kent County Council to manage as or if they arise.
And so what effect you're saying at is issues of rat running wouldn't kind of serve as a kind of means of objection for national highways?
Not directly.
Now, in respect of Junction 5A, just interested as to whether or not that you would agree that were it not for the inclusion of that junction, then actually the scheme that's being proposed just won't work.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, the development which is before us is the development and the new motorway junction, so we haven't been presented with anything else. We're simply responding to the case which is before us.
I mean, is that what you would normally see when someone's proposing or a new junction is being proposed? You'd see no alternatives. You would just have the one design.
Well, it's difficult to have a normal in a unique and atypical case.
I mean, in the life of a typical proposal to improve or introduce a new junction, presumably National Highways would go through a series of design phases and have a look at the different...
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So you wouldn't be in the position where you would just present...
No, we wouldn't, no, because obviously, again, there's a separate consenting process to go through that will follow its own course.
And so the consenting process further down the line that we keep talking about, be that Section 16 or DCO or however the decision is made, the concept design that we're looking at now may bear next to no resemblance to the final desired design.
Well, I think it's probably a bit of a stretch to say bear no resemblance.
But it could.
Well, we don't know. It's conjectural.
Coming to paragraph 4.5 of your proof. So we have a conclusion at paragraph 4.5 which relates to the preceding paragraph. The standard that you're referring to in 4.5, just to be clear, we're talking about a junction that is approaching capacity, or is it over capacity? 0.95 in the PM peak?
Yeah, well, that's a bit of a theoretical issue. We also look at the queue lengths as well. The queue lengths there would be acceptable in that circumstance. So taking those two things together, I mean, you could say it's approaching capacity, but you're looking at a robust case in 2037 with a full development in place, with a robust assessment. So we do take things in the round.
I mean, a junction operating at 0.95, the available capacity is what beyond that?
Well, it has reached the point at which queues that have clearly started to form, with queues of 12 PCUs. But again, this is right at the end of the development, 2037, robust assessment. That in itself, that would be acceptable.
So it's essentially what you're saying is here we have a junction that when it comes in and when we're towards the end of the development, ignoring any other development that's going on, it's already approaching very close to capacity at that stage, and it's a new junction.
in that robust assessment case. But again, I mean that's it's not a detailed matter for consideration at this point, in the same way that the motorway junction isn't a detailed matter. It would be essentially would have to be considered almost as part of the motorway network anyway, because that's where the point at which the two networks join, and through the separate analysis which would be undertaken for the Section 16 or other consenting process, that would be revisited. But this is all being presented as a concept.
So further down the line, and as policy changes and all these other factors come into it, it may be the case that a junction that today performing at this level of capacity may not be acceptable to national highways.
Well, again, point of conjecture.
But this comes back to the issue that my clients have, that this very much feels like the light touch approach to assessing at this stage, and then kicking real issues down the road, to use highways punnage. And this doesn't feel like future-proofing development, if I can put it that way. You're opening a junction at the end of a development that is pretty much at capacity.
In a robust assessment scenario,
So this may be, I think, something for Mr. Peters, but I'll just ask you quickly now. There's obviously some concerns, and it's been quite clear from some of your colleagues' proof that there is a need to develop the junction within the red line boundary. And one of the concerns about that is the level of work undertaken to look at the works needed for the embanking. We'll come on to this in more details. What, with Mr. Peters, sorry, what have you considered in terms of spatial planning in respect of the level of embankments that will be needed and the earthworks, and whether or not that can all be accommodated within the red line boundary? Is that something you've looked at?
no, that's a matter for Mr. Miller.
Thank you, ma'am. I finished earlier.
Right, perfect timing. We will have a break until 25 past. Thank you. So you're going to be re-examined. You have to stay put for. Yep. You can,
And that's all we're going to get out.
no.
No, that's all right. I'll just grab it and take it.
It is now 11:25, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So just before you do your re-examination, if you wish to do so, I've got a few things I want to ask, please. Right, Mr. Howell. Not much, you'll be pleased to know. So in paragraph, your proof, paragraph 316. So you're talking here about the signalised T-junction, which I understand it is sort of at the on the sort of new bit of dual carriageway.
Yes. So
on the roundabout.
It's as traffic leaves the M2 going in the
Yes.
coastbound direction,
Yeah.
goes up the ramp and then to the traffic signals.
Yeah, and you're satisfied that that would operate within capacity in 2038, and then you say assuming the full development to be in place. Well, it won't be, will it?
No,
Nothing
it won't.
like, in fact.
No, that's right. But these are the tests that are normally carried out through a transport assessment process. We need to isolate the impact of the development itself.
But, I mean, does that take an account of growth in traffic growth up to the 20-year period when it would?
It takes into account growth up to 2038.
Right, but what about? But I mean, probably there won't be much development there at all by 2038.
Yeah. It is a bit of a hypothetical scenario that we do. We just assume that the full development is in place at that time. So that assessment would assume full development plus growth to 2038 plus. Just repeat the earlier point that this is shown as concept only. So should it transpire through the separate consenting process that it needs to have a bit more capacity, then that would be factored in at that time.
But so it says it will operate within capacity. Well, to what extent within? I mean, is there a lot of spare? Would there be a lot of spare capacity in 2038?
I can't remember the figures. That'd be one for Mr. Wild.
Okay. I mean, did you take? I mean, presumably you have to look at the situation as it's actually likely to happen, a realistic assessment. I mean, you know, obviously you're concerned that the strategic road network wouldn't be unduly affected by anything that happens elsewhere, i.e. the new development. So, I mean, has there not been any consideration to a realistic scenario when full development will be in place and whether actually the whole thing will work all right?
At the end of the sort of actual build-out period.
2048 probably, wouldn't it?
Probably, but I mean, to a certain extent, I mean, again, this is straying into planning law to a certain extent. That if we're going to impose conditions on the development, then those conditions need to be directly related to that development, which is why we do this hypothetical scenario of normally a much shorter forecast period with the full development in place, so that we're satisfied that whatever mitigation is required, disjunction in this case, is associated with that development. Yes, there would be other developments potentially coming forward through local plan process or whatever. In this case, because it's a concept only, those factors would be fed in through that relevant consenting process.
So are you saying that when the details of that junction to be approved through the highway, whatever statutory process, then you would take account of the full picture, as it were? Is that what you're saying?
I'll say yes. Obviously, that highway consenting process has got its own path, its own process. So I would assume that would be the case.
I see. Okay. Okay. Next question. So, as I understand it, hold on. That the junction 5A, when it was in place, would be in place because of the fact that there's more traffic, or sorry, less traffic going in off at junction 5, that in the AM peak the new junction would be over capacity in both the reference case and the development scenario. Is that understanding correct?
So as
more over capacity in the development scenario.
well, it clearly isn't there in the no development scenario. So it's one of those things that again, the primary purpose of the modelling exercise for junction 5A is to determine what the traffic flows would be, so that it can be designed accordingly to accommodate those traffic flows.
Right. But you're saying that where was it? I saw it.
It might be junction 5 that will.
Wait, I don't think it was.
The paragraph 311, because the paragraph 316 in relation to 5A says it will be operating within the capacity.
316. That I understood that was that T junction that he was
Yes,
being talked about.
that's
Not
part
not
of
the not the motorway. Is that correct?
well, that is part of junction 5A essentially.
Yeah, I know it's all part of it, but it wasn't actually the offs, the amount of traffic actually coming off. It was more the capacity of that signalised junction that you're talking about there.
Yes, but it's an element of junction 5A which I've addressed separately.
Yeah, it was 6. Okay. Yeah. Here, the points I was making previously was your paragraph 3.8. And you're talking about traffic flows on the M2 main line, slightly over design capacity at the diverge in the AM peak, either with or without the development. Well, I mean, you're right to say, aren't you, that you wouldn't have a new junction if there wasn't development, but you've made that comparison.
Paragraph 3.9.
3.8.
3.8. So that's in relation to junction 5.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. So, right. Okay. So that when you say in your penultimate line, junction 51, that isn't 5A. Then that's 5.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I just spotted that one.
I see. Oh, right. You're talking. I see. Right. Okay. All right. Well, just with junction 5, with development, I think you say in paragraph 320 that the Grovehurst junction on the A249 would be over capacity, don't you, in the northerly direction? Is that right?
Not over capacity, but there would be an increase in traffic.
Yeah. I wasn't quite sure why, because again, is this with the new junction in place?
Yes.
So if the new junction's in place, I thought you said that there was less traffic, that basically there would be less traffic using junction 5.
Yes.
And so why therefore would the Grovehurst junction increase in?
because traffic moving in a London-bound direction, instead of going through to junction 5 and then turning up the A249, now has the opportunity to come off at junction 5A, Southern Relief Road, Northern Relief Road, and then onto the 249 Grove first.
Right, okay. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you very much.
Three questions, please. You'll recall Mr. Bell put to you a series of questions to support his client's proposition that National Highways has approached this matter with a light touch. Do you remember that? Can I just ask you to take up CD 10.46, please? And this is a technical report accompanying National Highways consultation response to the planning application. And it's the latest or the last report in respect of consultation responses. But if we go to page 20 of the PDF, the beginning of table 1,
Could you just repeat where?
Yeah, of the PDF, it's page 20, or it's page 19 of 40 if you're looking at the hard copy. So it's table 1 of the JSJV technical note.
Yes.
And we can see the headings to the table gives you an idea of the progress of the planning application. So we're dealing with the planning application with all matters reserved, including for access, so that's part of the context. And then you'll see from the third column, there was a list of actions and caveats provided to an earlier, in an earlier technical note, January 2023. And then applicants' response in March of 2024. And then further comments from National Highways in March, July, September 2024. So that just shows on a very high level the narrative of National Highways interaction with the planning application and consultation on it. And then the table itself, I think it has 44 action points and further caveats. And the columns tell the story of how they have been addressed. And we've looked at the 9 outstanding matters at the time of call-in. So with all that in mind, just looking at the application process, do you think it's fair to say that there was a light touch in terms of National Highways engagement with the application?
No, not at all. I mean, we as an advisor to National Highways, we approach all cases in a consistent manner. So, don't accept that it was light touch at all.
And how much, when you've got an application of this size and the transport assessment, the size it is, how much work is it to develop action points in the number of 44 and caveats additional to that? Well,
quite a lot of work. I mean, in simple terms, our input is directly proportional to the quality of the information that we receive. I mean, in this case, I think the main problem was the volume of information that we received in support of the application. So, a good deal of work to process all of that and convert it into a concise number of action points.
Yeah, and then as you said, we got to the stage where we had the 9 outstanding points, and we've got a statement of common ground that was dated March of this year. It's CD 34.11. We don't need to go there, but it had a number of appendices. There's 34.11.1, Giles and Associates Technical Note Sensitivity Test of Growth Methodology. There is the WACHAR, the looking at non-motorised users. There is a concept design report, that's 11.3, and a technical note on residual capacity diagrams, 11.4. I mean, why did the applicant need to go away and produce all that further information following call-in?
Well, we needed the confidence that the scheme was achievable. So even though it's presented as a concept design, we still need to be satisfied that something can be delivered. So to start with the concept design, if the concept is acceptable, then that gives us a confidence that something can be delivered.
And you said we. Who's
Sorry,
we?
I always say we. National Highways.
Yeah, and was it National Highways then that asked the applicant to produce these further documents?
Yes.
Thank you. Then, next point, there was a brief reference to rat running. In your response, you said there would be some benefits, and I just want to understand what those benefits were you were referring to in the context of a scheme that includes the relief road and then the motorway junction 5A. Can you just help us with that?
Yeah, well, we just spoke about one in terms of that alternative route for London-bound M2 traffic wanting to travel northbound up the A249. We spoke before about the reduction of use of the existing junctions, which would then be refocused on a newly designed standards compliant junction, therefore given the opportunity to improve road safety. So that type of thing. I mean, in terms of, if you want to just reflect on the rat running issue, I mean, as I said before, there is plenty of evidence of rat running taking place at the moment because of the congestion through Sydney-Bourne Town Centre. This would provide an alternative route which would remove the need to do that rat running.
Yeah. So this would provide, you mean, the relief road combined with junction 5A?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, when you were taken to paragraph 4.5 of your, 4.4 of your proof of evidence, and reference was made to the 0.95 RFC of the roundabout at the southern end of the relief road in the PM peak. And in the question, it was said, ignoring any development going on in the area. I mean, is that fair? Does the modelling ignore other development going on in the area?
Instead of ignore, doesn't take account of specific other development, but other development will be assumed in the growth factors that are applied in addition to the Highsted Park development.
Yeah, so there is, as you said, one of the factors you find a comfort, you said, was the early 2017 start date, and the fact that you said we've got actuals and there hasn't been the growth we're assuming, so that's some headroom. And then temporary growth rates are applied, and you said, well, actually, the latest temporary growth rates have been ratcheted down a little bit to reflect what we're seeing in the actuals. And then that temporary growth rate, as you just said, reflects general growth. But also, as we discussed earlier in Chief, the basis for the model, which initially you weren't happy with and asked to go away and do checks, was what, please, in relation to the local plan?
In terms of the relative impacts of growth?
Yeah, well, in terms of growth assumptions in the model, predicated on...
Yeah, well, the traffic flow uplifts were relatively insensitive to location of growth.
Yeah.
So therefore, the figures here would accommodate a variety of patterns of growth.
But the model was based on the local plan,
yes,
and you told us that was one of your concerns and reason for a sensitivity check. But the reality is it was based on the local plan, accounting for the proposed development in terms of numbers.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So when you take all that into account, was it right to say it ignores other development going on?
It doesn't ignore.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions in re-examination.
Referring to paragraph 4.5, weren't
Yes.
you?
It's 4.4 really. It's a
Yeah, I was
quote
going
in
to say, wasn't it?
4.4. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Right, so we've got Mr. Miller next, haven't we?
Yes, please. Can we just have a few minutes just to swap them over?
Yes, please. Okay. Right, whenever you're ready. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you just confirm your name for the inquiry, please?
It's Darren Miller.
Great, thank you. And working from your proof, which is 41.12, please. You set out your qualifications and experience, page 2, paragraphs 1.1 to 1.3. You tell us you're a lead technical reviewer on spatial planning framework for the South East team at National Highways. You've got a Bachelor of Civil Engineering first class honours degree from the University of West of Scotland. You're a chartered member of the Institute of Civil Engineering and Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation. And you've got 15 years of experience working in the field of highways design. You're a Director of Development Infrastructure in Sistra. And you've been engaged as Project Director, Project Manager and Lead Engineer on a variety of highway projects. Do you want to just help us, please, with your role in this project?
My role here is to technically review all the concept design information and comment whether they achieve or apply with the standards and if they'd be suitable to be on the SRN, the Strategic Road Network.
And just for clarity, I think we've established that. You mentioned the Strategic Road Network, but in this area it comprises which roads?
Of the M2.
Yeah, and I think the A249 as well.
The A249 is, yeah.
And so can you just confirm that all of what you've told us in 1.1 to 1.3 is correct?
Yes, I can, yeah.
And you provide a declaration at 1.4. Can you just confirm that's going to continue to apply to your oral evidence?
Yes, that will continue.
Thank you. And then you deal with the scope of your evidence on page 3. And over on page 5, you say that you're dealing with matters 4, 5, and 6. And if we look across on page 4, they are 4 is design standards compliance check for junction 5A, and then with regards to the requirement for a stage 1 road safety audit 5, and then 6 is a requirement for a walking, cycling, and horse riding assessment. And we're just going to look at each of those 3 headings by way of examination in chief. Can we then go straight ahead and deal with junction design, which forms the bulk of your evidence and begins section 2 of your proof? And could I just invite you to go to paragraph 2.14, under which you provide the general arrangement plan for the concept junction. And I'd just like you to start by talking through the junction design, how it's proposed to work.
Yeah, so the junction design is what's called a trumpet interchange, and the purpose of an interchange is generally free flow traffic from one road to another, and that is provided in all arms on the slip roads, apart from the arm where there is the introduction of the traffic signals. That is compliant with standards because an interchange is classed as at least one arm on the slip that should be free flow, and 3 of the 4 arms do perform as free flow.
Okay. Can you just explain the need for the signalisation?
The signalisation helps present gaps in the traffic to allow the eastbound off traffic coming into the development get in, and that it's not fully restricted by the westbound off coming into the traffic, so it allows that arm to perform better.
Could you just explain where those traffic lights would be on this plan?
Sure, it's on the north side, the northwest arm.
It might be worth just, if you can hold it up and point it out, both to
So it's that arm
So where would,
at the very end of the slit where it joins the bridge,
I see.
the signals.
So there wouldn't be any danger then of, because you haven't got very long, have you, for queuing? So
The length of that slip road is nearly 400 metres, and the queuing represented 12 PCU, which is approximately 72 metres. So
how many vehicles would that be?
12.
Ordinary
12.
vehicles?
So 12, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
So the indications are there's plenty of capacity there, almost 4 times.
Yeah, there's no queuing back onto the main line, which would
Yeah.
be a critical thought in introducing signals.
Thank you. So that's the junction. And then I just want to look at what you say would be the departures that would be required by this concept. And to do that, can we just look at your paragraph 2.21, please, applicable DMRB standards? And can you just identify what standards you are looking at and why?
So the road geometry is made up of a number of different elements, from the horizontal, which is the 2D plan that you'd look at, to the vertical, which is the 3D element. So that's dealt with in the first standard, and how the gradients are governed by the speed of the road. The other aspects are to do with specifically the form of the grade separated junction and the merge diverge layout, so the traffic coming on and off to make sure that it's safe and has suitable capacity. And then the cross sections are the typical standard sections we would apply to a carriageway to ensure that there's enough lane width, there's suitable provision for the construction, any elements that would be required to support the carriageway, such as lighting, drainage, and also a safe place to stop if in an emergency.
Okay. And then looking at your 221, you've got Roman 1 to 4 as the applicable guidance. Can you just help us with what each of those is doing? Noting, unhelpfully, there's CD references, but they're not to the CD library. That's part of the DMRB.
Yes, it's the standard. It's the civil engineering standard in the DMRB. So the CD 109 is the horizontal and vertical parameters that we're designed to, and the visibility requirements. CD 122 is the form of the grade separated junction and the layouts for the merge diverge. CD 127 is where we would take the standard cross sections and decide what the carriageway is going to be made up of in terms of number of lanes and verge widths. And CD 123 is to do with the traffic signals that we were just discussing.
Right. Thank you. And then can we, before we look at the particular departures from standard that you've identified, can we just deal with the process, please? So at 264, you've got a heading, departures from standards process, and a number of figures 3.1 A and B. Just broadly speaking, can you help us, please, with if there is a departure from standard, how you go about getting that approved?
So there's a separate process for that, and in that it identifies the specific standard that it's departed from and why it's not achievable, and we have to explain and there's rationale given to why the standard hasn't been achieved, and that's identification. Then the early development is what other solutions could there be, and that process is iterative between the departures team and the designer. And then through that process, it's assessed with the final application that goes to a separate body to assess that independently. And then the checks that go with that are, well, what road safety implications would that bring on, and what also other technical considerations should be considered for the delivery of it. Once that appraisal has happened, it then is decided, with all that evidence gathered, if the departure is acceptable, or if it's acceptable subject to some conditions of other mitigation that might be needed, or it's not acceptable.
Okay.
And sorry, who actually makes that decision?
Yes.
So the decision of that is a separate entity in National Highways, and it's the departures team, the standards branch. So they are independent, if you like, of the process of the submission of the detailed design. So they have to take an independent view overall.
And you don't have to get ministerial approval for that?
No, the DMRB allows departures, and it is not uncommon on multiple highway schemes that there are departures, either because, one, the standard hasn't caught up with modern day requirements, or two, there's innovation in design, or three, that there is a land constraint. It allows those considerations to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a process, and you deal with that from 264 to 272. And then I just want to look at the departures from standard that you have identified, and you summarise those in a table under paragraph 2.6(3), and you have 4 that you've identified. 3 of them are under CD 122, that's departures 2 to 4, and the other CD 127. But I just want you, please, for each one, please, to go through them and explain where the departure arises, what the nature of the departure is, i.e. what the standard is and how there's a failure against it, and your views on the route through that for the applicant, i.e. whether it's likely a departure can be achieved.
Which paragraph?
Sorry, well, it's underneath paragraph 2.6(3), and at the foot of the page it says page 20. Yeah.
Yeah, the first departure, if I could, I actually address earlier in my proof, in paragraph 2.40. That departure is when we're on the main line, there's a hard shoulder, which is a safe place for any emergency. And for a slip road, there is a change in the cross section of the road because it's different to the motorway. It's a connector link between the local road network and the strategic road network. So the cross section has to transition safely and smoothly to make sure there's no kinks or deviations that would give unsafe driving, and also still allow safe emergency stoppage. So that transition happens over what we call the nose, and just below figure 2.40 there is a diagram that shows the nose is where we see hatching on the motorway when we come off a slip road, the chevrons, and that the reason the transition happens there is so that there's still accommodation if a vehicle breaks down, that there's still safe passage on the slip road and it doesn't prevent a blockage on the high-speed road. It then transitions to a hard strip, which also allows for emergency breakdown or any emergency stoppage, along with the provision of the structural integrity.
The hard strip is effectively the hard shoulder of the
a smaller
slip.
hard shoulder, yes.
So, sorry, this nose, which has got the sort of chevrons on it. So, sorry, what's the purpose of that?
The nose clearly allows for the change in bearing for when we come off, so it's not a running area for vehicles, it's to separate the traffic that's coming off and the main line.
Oh, I see.
To provide a suitable angle that's not sharp and doesn't cause danger when you're coming off of the main line at speed.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's the departure here then?
The departure is the taper achieved in the length of the taper that's identified as shorter than the required standard. So the standard should be 1 in 55, which is approximately 120 metres. And and they only achieve 47 metres, but that is due to a land constraint.
And what's the materiality of that?
Well, on the slip road itself, it's 2 lanes plus the hard strip, so there is still sufficient space for vehicles to exit and having an emergency area, and vehicles allowed to pass and not back up onto the main line, so that effectively the outside lane would act as the hard shoulder in an emergency like
Sorry,
that.
which lane?
The outside lane.
So there are 2 lanes coming off and a hard shoulder. So why would you use the outside lane if someone broke down then?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the diagram, so the upper lane.
So you mean adjacent to the hard strip?
Yeah, adjacent to the hard strip. Yeah.
Okay.
So in your view, that's something that you judge would likely get through the departures application process?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So that's departure from standard 1. Now, the other 3, can you just help us with those generally? Are they related to the same issues? Because you say standard would require widening of the motorway.
Yeah, the departures 2, 3 and 4 are related to the modelling and the merge diverge assessment presented that suggests that on the M2 there should be a third lane in both directions. So when we do the merge diverge assessment on the merge where traffic is coming on to the main line, because the M2 is already at capacity, it's saying it should have a third lane down to the next junction, what we call a lane gain. But that is not because of the traffic that's coming on from the development. That is from the traffic already on the M2.
So it should be 3 lanes there, is what you're saying?
The modelling suggests that robust modelling that has been presented suggests that.
But as you say, that's not specific to the development. The model shows that whether or not the development's there.
Yes.
Can we just, before we go and look at, you've got a section on future proofing, which I think this leads us to, but before we do, can you just identify exactly where on the plan for the inspector the departures are in this regard, so 2, 3, 4?
Yes. If we go back to 2.14 on my drawing, the departures are, there should be an additional lane on the slip coming on London bound. And
the slip, I see, right, okay.
So from the slip, instead of it merging onto the 2 lanes, the slip should form a third lane on the M2.
Okay.
And the same on the eastbound, there should be a third lane that drops from the M2 and continues through. So that's saying that it's going from 3 between junction 5 and junction 5A is the requirement. And the third departure is from junction 6 up to junction 5A. The modelling suggests there should be a lane drop there, so there should be 3 lanes between junction 6 and junction 5A.
So you're really saying the modelling shows that the main line should be 3 lanes between junction 6 and junction 5 with 5A there?
The modelling is presenting that based on the growth and the assumptions that have been made currently, yes.
Okay.
Can I just check Mr. Bell understood where things were being pointed out then? Yeah, cool. Fine, so that takes us to then the issue of future proofing. And you address this at paragraph 2.78 to 2.82. And what you say is traffic flows currently identify the requirement for a third lane on the main line in both directions if a new junction is introduced at this location, making the M2 3 lanes in both directions. I just want to understand, please, can you help us with how you've taken into account future-proofing in the context of the proposed junction?
Yeah, so with the new structure that would go over the M2, to allow for adequate widening in the future, if it was decided that that's what would happen, the abutments would, the best solution would be that the abutments for this junction would be located outside the extents of where we would need to widen and add on the third lanes, but also in accordance with that, looking at the slip roads and how they come on to make sure that they could be tweaked and ensure that they wouldn't restrict the width of the third lane getting added on.
Yeah. And has that been looked at, and what was the result?
Yes, so the applicant has provided a drawing that shows that the third lanes could fit within the abutments and the adequate verges for the future proofing scenario.
And can you just help us with why National Highways hasn't said to the applicant, actually you've just got to provide the 3 lanes in the here and now if you want to build out this scheme?
Yeah, as stated earlier, the actual flows from the development are not specifically related to what is causing the link, the M2, to be over capacity. It's more to do with the growth in the traffic from round the areas.
Okay, thank you. Can we then turn over and look at your section 3, which is road safety audit? And I'd just like to understand what you would expect to be done at this stage with an outline application, and then what has been done and where we are at the moment.
Yeah, so as has been alluded to, the outline application and a concept design is not something that within the standard is specifically prescribed in a safety audit. So a stage 1 safety audit would be on a preliminary design, not a concept. However, within the standard, there is what's called an interim road safety audit, which can be applied over any road safety audit stage, which helps address the considerations of any safety requirements or any even design development to allow the designers to be able to make sure that they're not introducing something that is potentially unsafe. So that is the route that has been followed in this part because it's a concept design.
So there was an interim stage 1 RSA that came up with some recommendations. The applicant then made some changes, which you summarise in your evidence. And at 311, you note that process. You say National Highways' response has been to accept the problems, recommendations, and designer's response being the applicant's response to the RSA.
Yes.
And the design subsequently been amended to incorporate the RSA recommendations, and that leads you to be satisfied.
Yep. Yes, that's the process that follows. And then when the design progresses at subsequent design stages, the applicable stages of a road safety audit would apply still.
So it would be an iterative process going forward.
Yeah.
Section 4, then you deal with the walking, cycling and horse riding assessment. Can you just help us, why is that relevant when we're dealing with a motorway junction?
It's more to make sure that we're not impeding any other non-motorised users, and that the design is taking into consideration of any routes that may be perhaps severed or any improvements that could be incorporated within a scheme to ensure also sustainable travel.
Yeah. So if we just go back to the concept plan at 214, in terms of walking, cycling and horse riding, what are the relevant parts of the junction?
Yeah, because it is a strategic road, it's a motorway, there are a lot of limitations on who can use that. So, for example, motorway restrictions don't allow pedestrians or cyclists or agricultural vehicles. It's up to 50cc motorbikes, no scooters. So because of that, the only accommodation really is for people to get over the motorway, which ties into the existing public right-of-way, which is the footbridge that's been proposed.
Yeah, and that's just to the east,
just
the
to the
trumpet
east,
part of the junction. And then help me with this. We've got the roundabout at the southern end of the Relief Road. Obviously, non-motorised users are an important part of the sort of Relief Road through the development. How are they prevented from coming down into the strategic route network?
There'll be adequate signage informing them at that, and there'll also be no what you call desire lines or crossing points to promote travel towards that route. There's no footways proposed or crossing points to take them further south to the junction.
Thank you very much. Anything else you want to add at this stage?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. That's the evidence in chief.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Miller. Now, I don't think we met on the site visit, but you're aware that I'm here acting for the Action Group,
yes,
and the Five Parishes Group. And you would have heard from the session earlier that one of the primary concerns that my clients have is the approach that National Highways have taken to this proposal and whether or not it's been light touch. And obviously, you heard Mr. Westmoreland-Smith in re-examination asking whether or not, on the basis of all the actions that were taken, it could be described as light touch. Now, I'm going to put the point to you, and I expect I know what your answer is, but would you consider that in the scope of a scheme where you need to bring a motorway junction and access to the strategic road network for the purposes of a sizable development, that maybe there should have been some more scrutiny at this stage of the proposal as opposed to waiting further down the line when more detailed designs come in?
So what's been proposed is a concept design. However, that concept design does provide more information than what would generally be classed as concept. So, for example, the gradients and the earthworks extents and the parameters within that for the concept. So these have all been looked at in detail and quizzed whether they're in variable tolerances to the standard, which in general for a concept is more than, that would be more akin to a prelim design, because the concept is you're trying to understand if it could work and provide what it needs to do.
I mean, it's a concept for a particularly important element to the applicant's design. And would you agree that without the access strategy, I think as you described it to the M2, the applicant's proposed development just doesn't work?
That's not part of what I'm here to discuss. I'm here to technically appraise the junction put towards me.
Now, one of the points that you made, and we've touched on it just now, in section paragraph 2.3 of your proof, and it's a point that I put earlier to Mr. Howell, is that it is imperative that there is sufficient detail to understand whether access to the SRN can be delivered within the application's red line boundary. Now, the junction 5A is very close to the red line boundary, isn't it, what's proposed?
Based on the general arrangement proposed, yes.
And bearing in mind we are looking at a concept,
yes.
At this stage there isn't a very high degree of certainty that what is needed for that junction can be delivered within the red line boundary, is there?
Because it's concept, yes. However, I would point that the allowance that has been made in terms of the carriageway widths and the verge widths are greater than the minimum that is required and would need to be provided. So that allowance there could be refined.
And it's right, isn't it, to say, is it right to say that some of the departures that are being considered are related to the fact the design needs to fit within the red line boundary?
I would say only one departure relates to that.
So which departure is that?
That's the transition of the hard shoulder to the hard strip.
Is that the nose one?
The nose one, yes, ma'am. Number 1.
And that's a fairly important departure to be considering in terms of safety, isn't it?
All road design is important for safety, yes, and that is why there's the departures process that's very rigorous.
So, if we go through the departures process, if this comes forward as, say, the detailed design, I think is what we're talking about, and then we have a look at the departures process. So at the moment, it's all very theoretical, yes?
Yes, yes.
So you have this detailed design comes forward and, say, departure 1 fails at that hurdle. What happens then?
Well, that would be for the designer to propose potential alternatives.
And at this stage, in terms of the concept, has there been any consideration as alternatives?
No, because this is the concept and we're not doing the departure process.
So a point for further down the road?
Yes.
Now, I was interested earlier in your reference to the embankments, and one of the concerns that I think my clients have identified and were looking at during the site visits of the size of some of the embankments that may be needed. And in that regard, you've had some, I think it's preliminary kind of geometric or geotechnical evidence in respect of the types of slopes that may be required for the embankments. And if we have a look at your figure 2.14, and we look at the embankments needed to the south of the roundabout entering onto, exiting the junction there. Now there is scope. There's not much scope there, is there, for any expansion of the embankments within the red boundary?
Sorry, could you clarify? You said south of the roundabout, so do you mean north?
So the junction, to the south of the junction, you've got
to the south of the junction, to the south of them too.
To the south of the plan.
Yep.
So if you have a look, you have the large circle, if I can put it that way, which pushes quite close to the red line boundary at one point.
Yes.
In particular, but there is scope with more detailed geo analysis that you could have an embankment that potentially would need to go beyond that boundary.
That's potentially, but there's also scope to narrow that and make it smaller, depending on the fill and the cut and what the ground is and how the surrounding ground would be retained.
We'd established on site that at that point it was going to be in a cutting.
It transitions at the bottom of the.
Well, I'm not sure. We went round, and certainly the plan I saw, it only goes into an embankment when you get sort of on the up bit, which is further away from the boundary. But I might be wrong. I thought that's what we saw.
At the closest point, yes, it is still in cutting.
Just for information.
Thank you. I mean, there does seem to be some recognition in your proof that this concept design is having to act within land constraints that are imposed by the nature of this planning application?
A lot of highway schemes will act that way. That they're constrained by a red line.
So in terms of if this had come across your desk, say, as a scheme that was being promoted by National Highways in a usual approach to a road scheme, if I can put it that way without getting into too much detail, would there be so much of a concern about a kind of a red boundary as such, or would you be looking at the general land and what was needed with a view to, if you had to bring it online, would you be looking to acquire that land?
Well, that depends on the design that National Highways, through their analysis, would bring forward, and they take into account. And National Highways do have different powers to a private developer.
And so what I'm trying to get from you is, if National Highways were promoting this improvement, say, to the M2, they'd be able to come at it from a much wider perspective as opposed to a land ownership boundary, effectively.
Potentially.
And so if that was the case, would National Highways be looking at potentially widening the carriageway now as part of the development of the new junction, as opposed to waiting further down the line?
That's something I couldn't really comment on for a number of reasons, from design, funding, and what else would be required.
But it would make sense, wouldn't it, if National Highways was looking to improve a junction, and as part of their analysis of the junction and the carriageway there, they identified it needed to be 3 lanes, would they not do the work at that point? Perhaps.
It would make sense. However, that all depends on the programme of works that National Highways and what the pressure of the junction to deliver would
But
need
here,
to take.
because we've got something being promoted by a private developer, any thoughts of that are largely out of the question. It's just down to future proofing.
Well, that's something National Highways would look at with their programme of works.
I mean, presumably, National Highways would be looking at trying to produce a design themselves that would avoid any need for departures.
That is always the ultimate aim of any designer.
And where you have a situation where you have a concept design with a number of departures, and it may be a small number of departures or kind of a large number of departures, would you expect to see those types of departures in a National Highways design?
You could well do it.
But would you expect?
Again, that's something that would happen through the gap analysis and where the scheme got to. Departures do exist on lots of highway schemes. It's not unusual. That's why the process is there. And again, departures don't just exist from taking the standard. It also allows innovation that the standard hasn't caught up with.
And this boils down to what is considered to be sufficient detail to understand whether access can be delivered within the red line boundary. And what my clients have concerns about at the moment is the level of information you have is not sufficient.
Well,
and your position is?
That we feel it's sufficient.
I want to come on to paragraph 2.53, and this is about the footbridge. 2.53 of the proof. So here we have no design information at this stage in respect of the footbridge. It's not going to accommodate vehicles, and therefore it's a lightweight structure. What do you mean by lightweight structure?
That it doesn't have to take loading of vehicles. It will take loading of pedestrians, cyclists.
And is this bearing in mind that this isn't a footbridge kind of crossing a simple road? We're looking at a footbridge that is going to be quite a substantial structure because it needs to pass over effectively 2 slip roads and the main M2 carriageway.
Yes.
And the existing bridge, which I think would have been seen on the site visit, does it have an agricultural trailer or something?
Yes, it does, yeah.
See it kind of going up and down the M2. Would you describe that as a lightweight structure?
No.
So why would a larger bridge, effectively, spanning more of a road, be a lightweight structure?
Because the purpose of a structure is to transfer load from one side to another, and there's no vehicles. A vehicle is significantly heavier than people walking over it, and therefore it doesn't have to be as thick, robust, so hence lightweight.
And when these types of bridges are designed, are they single span bridges?
So that is the preference for national highways, is single span, specifically in relation to no central pier and the central reserve, so the middle part of the carriageway where you generally see some verge or road restraint system.
And so the fact that no design information about this bridge has been provided to you doesn't cause any concern about sufficient information being provided?
The spans that we're talking about are not unusual for that.
I want to come on to paragraph 2.72 of your proof. And here, we're back in the departures section, and here you're concluding effectively that there is a need to depart from standards and accept that a risk arises due to the requirement for greater mainline capacity than already exists. Is that a fair summary of that paragraph?
The departures exist because of that, yes.
And you say the introduction of the proposed junction presents an additional challenge in relation to safety, capacity and weaving that would not exist if the junction was not proposed. What my clients want to understand in layman's terms is what are the challenges to safety that you're envisaging here?
So any junction that comes onto a main line, a high-speed road, there is weaving that would happen.
Weaving
is the transition for cars going from one lane to another or coming off the main line to the merge or the diverge. So if the junction wasn't there, there would be no need for the weaving.
And would that safety challenge be improved if it was a 3-lane carriageway at that point?
It could be, yes.
And so we have a new junction going in. There are going to be departures from standards. The junction, as we've already heard, is approaching capacity issues anyway and will continue to do so. But there's no concern in allowing this to happen without widening the carriageway.
Well, that's not what's said. What's said is it has to go through the departure standard to see if that is adequate or not. This isn't saying that that it's all fine.
I mean, all of this again is presumably something that comes for more detailed considerations later.
Yes, because it is all matters reserved, including access.
And by then, if the principle of the thing is, the proposal is accepted by the Secretary of State, we're in the situation where we're very much waiting for confirmation from National Highways as to whether or not the improvements to the strategic road network can come forwards.
That again, that's not what this basis is on. It's about can the junction be delivered within the red line.
If we move on to paragraph 2.78 of your proof, and my clients were particularly interested in is the question of other future development in your final sentence of that paragraph. And is that you effectively saying that it's only other future development that would require the widening of the M2?
No, what I'm saying is that the widening isn't because of the development proposed. That's not a sole factor on why the widening is needed.
So, but the widening is needed based on the modelling. It's just not going to come now with this development.
Yes, but it's not the development that causes the need for the widening.
The need's already there.
Yes.
And the development adds to the need.
Based on the robust modelling, yes.
When you were giving your evidence in chief, you referred to a drawing that the applicant had done to demonstrate widening of the M2 and how it would fit within kind of an area. I think at 2.81 you refer to an outline sketch. Is that the drawing you're referring to?
Yes.
And are you able to, my clients haven't been able to find this sketch. Are you able to just identify which one it is?
Sorry, where is it? 2.81?
2.81.
Oh, about the sketch.
Yeah. It may be in there. There is a lot of transport evidence and drawings, but my clients have looked and haven't been able to find it.
It is in the concept design reports, CD 3411.3. In the appendix pack.
Do you have a page reference for it?
I'm just trying to get I've got physical ones, so it's.
Well, that's more complex. So it's in appendix B, concept design drawings. I think the 10th page after that. What page were you? Yeah, 9 and 10 for appendix B. Oh, yeah. Yeah, got it? Right. The title of the plan is Future Proofing of Widening M2 to the West. Future Proofing. Yeah, I hope so.
Future proofing and widening of M2 to the west.
Exactly, that and the next page.
So, in respect of accommodating the future-proof widening, there's a requirement to effectively move or relocate the abutments to the structures, and to have some associated land safeguarded in the initial junction delivery. So, is this a stage that National Highways is going to be looking to achieve when we get to the detailed design of the junction? Is that going to be a requirement, safeguarded land?
Well, that will go through the process at the next stage. Just now, this is what's been provided.
Sorry, pink land.
Yes, that's the safeguarded land, is the pink hatch.
So is that National Highways land?
No, that's the developer's land.
I see. What, all of it?
Not all of it. To the west.
Because it goes way outside the red line, doesn't it? Sorry, Mr. Bell.
So,
you.
in terms of that safeguarding and the safeguarding process and relocation of the abutments, noting that this is for future-proofing and widening, but are these points that National Highways are going to want to have wrapped up before final sign-off or construction of the junction takes place?
But no construction could take place until the detailed design was agreed.
So,
and
finalised. If that, well, the detailed design that's being agreed doesn't include a widening, does it? But you're going to want to ensure that the prospect of being able to widen is incorporated in what's finally approved.
If that's where the next stage of design iterations take us, yes.
But in effect, although it looks like it may be possible to have the three-lane carriageway accommodated within the red line, there is a prospect that actually land outside of the red line boundary will be needed.
Yes, but that would be National Highways' responsibility to look at.
I think, well, I know the difficulty that we have on our side, and that I suspect the inspector will have to grapple with in due course, is this question as to how much information is needed in order to satisfy the Secretary of State that consent can be granted for a proposal that requires a deliverable junction. And when we say this has been dealt with in a light touch manner, seemingly the answer to most of the questions that I've put to you and your colleague has been, it's for another day.
I'm sorry, is there a question?
Is that right? Most of the information is for another day? Because
that's all matters reserved, including access, yes. That is the planning route that's going down.
Yes, and this is an unusual planning route, isn't it, for a junction like this?
I wouldn't comment on the planning because I'm not a planner.
Have you seen a junction like this coming forward in this manner before?
No, I have not seen that, no.
And so what level of information would you expect to see when you're looking at a National Highways? Sorry, madam, it's a bad question. I'm going to resile from it, I think. When you're dealing with a standard, if we can put it that way, process for approving a junction, do you have a stage that is kind of akin to this level of information, or do you go into a bit more detail?
It's a very different process, and this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about what has been presented to National Highways to assess. So National Highways routes are very different to what a developer would do.
And this is, I think, what kind of causes the quandary is this is a very different route for something coming forwards. And my client's concerns are that if it turns out that this junction cannot be delivered for various reasons, then where does that leave the rest of the development?
I think that would be something for Mr. Wilde to answer.
Mr. Who?
Wilde.
Oh, Mr.
So yeah, Mr. Wilde does have quite a list. Can I just have one small point that I want some clarification on, and it's in response to the question asked by the inspector early on in your evidence in chief, which was about the distances for kind of queuing off the carriageway. So if we have a look at 2.14. So, and although I was kind of clear with the departures, I wasn't as clear as to where we were saying that was it 12 PCUs?
12 PCUs is what's been provided from the modelling, yes.
Yeah, would be queuing off. I think you said there was a distance of 400 metres?
So the chainage of the slip road is 400 metres, yes.
And the distance covered by the cars would be?
Well, a PCU is a standard of 6 metres. There's 2 lanes there, so 6 times 12, 72, so that could be actively. You could argue if they all wanted to use one single lane that it would be 72 metres back, or it could be half that if they use both.
And have you actually measured that on this diagram?
I've looked at it from the chainage information provided in the design pack.
And so could you just so that I'm absolutely clear, hold up and point to where you say the queuing is from and to?
Is it easier if I use a bigger drawing for you?
Thank you.
Are we going back to this?
I'm just going to select a drawing, so it's yes, the concept design.
So we're the same appendix, are we?
Yes, ma'am. So it's
I mean, I don't know whether you could mark it with pencil.
I'm using the it's called Future Proof of Widening with Chainages plan.
So where's that that we were looking at, which is page 9 and 10?
I mean, is there one that is just the basic kind of concept as opposed to the future?
Sure, yeah, we can use the first, the general arrangement. And I'll mark on it and pass it round. You want? The plan is just the general arrangement plan. Sheet 1 of 8. 1 of 8. 1 of 8.
Yes, we've got a.
So it's drawing 2043A, is that right?
No, it's 2010D.
That should be the first drawing of Appendix B.
I think so.
At the end of D, revision F.
Oh yeah, okay.
we've got a change drawing that corresponds to it. Can you just pull that? I mean, essentially, what I'm going to ask you to do, whether or kind of not the inspector allows me, is now that you've marked up on that plan as to where it is, can you just measure the distances, just to be clear? There's a scale on the plan, isn't there?
There is a scale, but you need to have something to scale off. I mean, the road markings from the chainage markings here, I've interpolated it.
And do the chainage markings, in your view, take you to the position whereby cars would be coming off the carriageway?
No, they're well up the slip road where the queue is.
I mean, if we can, are we able to just have a look at where you've marked?
So I've squared the box from the stop line to where the back of the queue, approximately.
Thank you. Sorry, this is a little more theatrical than I was expecting. Thank you. I don't think I have any questions arising from that one.
So we're not going to carry on with that point?
No,
Can you agree with what he said, or you don't agree with what he said?
I mean, we agree in terms of the distance he has marked up being for 12 vehicles. But what we have some concerns on, and it's probably more of a point for Mr. Wild, is whether the 400 metres that he described initially is actually at a point where the cars are safely on the carriageway. But I
Off
think
the
it's
carriageway.
Off the carriageway. I think it's a point that we need to put to Mr. Wild.
Okay.
That is
Another
fine.
one for you.
Obviously, Mr. Wild's list goes on, but it's not. I don't think this is in any of the Rule 6 parties' evidence. I mean, that's fine, but it would be nice to have some advance notice of some of this stuff so that we can prepare to answer it.
It's only really arisen from the demonstration that was given earlier whilst he was giving evidence in chief, and that's where we picked it up
anyway,
from.
we know about it now. We'll add it to his list of in chief.
All right.
Madam, that draws the end of my cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. If you just bear with me for a moment, we could possibly finish this witness before lunch, but I just need to have a look at my questions and see if there's anything much I need to ask. Just one question, actually. On that plan that we had with the pink colouring, the safeguarding areas. So what you were saying then, is this right, that the areas of safeguarding within the applicant's control, you would expect National Highways would expect those areas to be kept as safeguarded land?
Yes.
But you're not saying that any areas outside of the applicant's site would have to be somehow purchased, or
That would be a matter for
Highways.
National Highways to address going forward.
But that wouldn't necessarily be National Highways land, presumably. I mean, you might, or would it all be within National Highways land?
It's currently not within the highway boundary currently, so it would need to go through again, different processes.
So compulsory
C-
purchase or
C-
something like
COP,
that. I
yeah.
see, okay. Right, okay, sorry, that wasn't one of the questions I was going to ask, actually. Right. Signalisation we've dealt with. Could you just... Let's just close that for a minute. On page 16 of your proof, you're talking about lighting. Which we haven't really talked about at all. So, can you just tell me a little bit about what would be expected of a junction of this nature in terms of lighting, please?
So because of the conflict zones, so where vehicles have to give way or stop, so the traffic signals introduce a stop line where vehicles would then join the adjacent road. Generally, the principle for lighting is where there's conflict zones, it would be an expectation that the junction is lit. However, it does have to go through a lighting appraisal, which takes into account lots of different factors such as the surrounding area, habitat, etc. And through that appraisal, it will look at whether lighting is in fact required.
So, so the fact that it's in the national park, and obviously we've talked about ecological issues, that would all be taken into account, would it?
It would, and what was within the area to address what lighting would be sufficient.
So might it be that no lighting at all is necessary, or would it be that some would have to be?
That would come out in the appraisal, but yeah, it could potentially have that. Currently, the design allows for it, so therefore we're taking, the accommodation of the worst case, so it doesn't have to be built out wider to introduce lighting columns.
Oh right, so at the moment there would have to be a greater width.
No, at the moment it considers that lighting will be included.
I see, okay. So if it wasn't necessary, then that could save some.
Perhaps could, depending where the minimum verge widths were, it could save some space.
I see.
Perhaps.
And if so is there a possibility that it's just at that point, is it of the motorway where the traffic lights are, and so vehicles are slowed down at that point? Is that the only point?
It wouldn't. The appraisal would deem what area would need to be lit, but that's what's generating the mechanism to say that it should be considered that the junction is lit.
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
It should be considered because of the stop line and the conflict. That's what's kind of driving why the appraisal should happen and the junction should be lit.
Right. Okay. And I mean, in your experience, are there motorway junctions that have more sensitive lighting to accommodate ecology, like bats?
Yes, lighting can fluctuate. You can do different things to minimise the width of the lighting, how far it glares out in sensitive areas.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Right, okay. Right, okay, we've done future proofing. 2.75, just to see if that's been answered. So in your proof on paragraph 275, you're talking about the connector loop. Could you just tell me, if we just look at your concept drawing in 214, which area, what were you talking about there?
It's the inside of the loop.
Oh, I see. Right.
It's the inside area that there's provision
Not the little triangular area.
No, it's the inside the actual loop.
Right. Okay. And that could be planted in some way, or
It could be planted or accommodated for something like that.
and could you grow trees in it?
Depending on exactly what's there and how it was maintained, yes.
Yep.
But again, anything there needs to be maintained to ensure adequate sight and visibility lines for safety.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, that's that. Seven. 258. What's that? Okay, I think we've answered that. Right, okay. So, oh yes, the RSA stage 1 then, this interim, I think you said called interim, safety audit, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, and you said, what page is that? Can anyone just give me?
It's page 29. It starts.
29, because I think you said that there were a couple that that the designer didn't agree with, didn't you? Of the 7 issues raised, 3.10. So the designers agreed with 5 of them. One's been partially agreed, and one hasn't. Don't actually go into detail, I don't think, about that. Are they resolvable, do you think?
I think they are at the next stage of the design development. The purpose of the auditor is to highlight what they feel as an issue, and that ultimately it will be taken on to the designer to either mitigate or address at the next stage, and they might still disagree with it in the end. That is up to the designer.
But if they disagree and National Highways considers it's unsafe, presumably.
Well, then there wouldn't be an overall agreement at that stage. But again, it's an iterative process.
Okay.
Generally, road safety audits get concluded, and outcomes and things are agreed to move the design.
They don't always agree, do they?
No.
Okay. Okay. I think that might be everything. Just a minute. That's everything. Thank you very much. So.
Yes, I can. I think I've got 2 questions, so comfortably before.
Thank you.
Before lunchtime. Mr. Minnick, can you just think back to the conversations you had in relation to departures of standards? And in particular, you looked at the first departure of standard in relation to the nose and the amount of space essentially coming off the slip eastbound. It was put to you, or you were asked whether you considered alternatives in that context, and you said, well, that would be something that would be considered down the track in the departures process. But in evidence in chief, you said this was a departure that was likely to be acceptable. I just want you to clarify whether it's likely to be acceptable, whether or not any alternatives are found in the future process.
Well, given again, I wouldn't be doing the process, but given that there's 2 lanes on the slip, there is adequate space to allow for stopping, and therefore that would provide sufficient location for any emergency breakdown and not allow backing up onto the main line.
So even if no alternatives are identified in the future, your view is that there is a likelihood this departure would be acceptable?
It is likely.
And then just stepping back, departures more generally, you've said they're likely to make their way through. So any red flags in relation to any departures that you see at this stage?
No.
Second question, do you remember there was a series of questions about future-proofing third lane on the M2 carriageway? Can you help us with this? Are there any current National Highways proposals for corridor improvements to the M2?
Currently not in the existing programme. No.
And does that mean these sort of projects are funded through road investment schemes that are signed off by the Department of Transport? We've got RIS3. Is there any funding for M2 corridor improvements in RIS3?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions by way of re-examination.
Right, that very neatly brings us up to lunch, doesn't it? I'm thinking that we're going to be even quicker.
Possibly. I mean, in chief, I don't think we'll be any more than... We'll probably be slightly lighter than the other two witnesses, so half an hour sort of thing.
I suspect similar in cross-examination, but probably got the tenor of the questioning. So
Sorry,
I expect I'll be about the same in cross-examination as I have been.
no, I see we don't have Miss Bonnie here.
So Miss Bonnie's had to leave for a personal reason.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not too sure if she's going to be back. I had a chat with Mr. Simons over the break about it, and our preference would be for Councillor Bonnie to go first. And so we were going to kind of crave your indulgence that if we finish early today, we start straight away with Miss Bonnie tomorrow and then on to Mr. Bamber.
I should say that when you say our preference, that is to say the Rule 6 party's
Yes,
preference. It's not our...
Well, you know,
We've not got a
I'm
preference.
still worried about time here.
No.
And if we finish at sort of 3 o'clock, we've
It'd be a
got
shame
2.5
not to...
hours.
I mean...
I really would like to carry on.
For myself, I don't really see why it would, what the problem would be, if you like, Mr. Bamber going first. Obviously, he's the expert, obviously. But anyway, we should see where we go. I mean,
the other thing is, do we know Miss Bonnie's going to be all right for tomorrow?
I understand she should be, but I will check over the lunchtime period.
I mean, with most inquiries, you would normally just carry on, to be quite honest. And if someone isn't available, obviously you'd have, So my preference really is to carry on, unless we finished at sort of like 4:30 or something. Not that I'm asking you to spin out your...
I can develop a stammer over lunch.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, if we do finish at, sort of like at reasonable time, I think, we will have to carry on really, so...
Because that could mean we finish Mr. Bamber in chief even, possibly today. I don't know how long his chief is, but...
Well, you might have a couple of hours.
Yeah, so it could work.
Anyway, shall we have lunch? We will have a break until 2 o'clock then. Thank you. So we've got Mr. Peters next.
Yes, we have. Thank you. Could you just confirm your name for the inquiry, please?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Marius Peters.
Thank you. And then your proof of evidence is 41.2.2. And you say there at page 2, paragraph 1.2, you're the South East Spatial Planning Manager at National Highways, and you've got 20 years of combined spatial planning experience, including plan making and transport planning. You're admirably brief and concise in your resume there. Do you want to just give us a little bit more of your background?
Yes, thank you very much. As mentioned, my name is Marius Peters. I am the Spatial Planning Manager for National Highways in the South East. I've had this position for approximately 2.5 years. I manage a team of 8 spatial planners that are responsible for engaging with all planning matters within our region. These include planning applications, local plans, DCOs, development consent orders, and the coverage of the southeastern region stretches all the way from Oxfordshire, Hampshire, includes Kent, encompasses the M25, as well as parts of Essex. I generally provide strategic oversight on these cases my team is involved in and take the lead on larger and higher profile proposals. My role focuses on identifying solutions to ensure and protect the safety and operational reliability of the Strategic Road Network, SRN, enabling the timely delivery of sustainable growth, including new homes and job opportunities in line with government policy.
Thank you very much. And then paragraph 1.16, you've got your declaration you set out there. Can you just confirm that continues to apply?
Yes, I confirm that continues to apply. I would just like to make a clarity on, in my executive proof, the word chartered script in there, in terms of time planning, that just needs to be corrected and removed.
So thank you. I was just going to pick up on that. So that is CD 41.2.1, and in paragraph 1, you say you're a chartered town planner of 20 years experience. That should reflect your main proof. You're a town planner of 20
Correct,
years.
yes.
Thank you. And then can we just turn to the matter of scope? Like others, you've identified what of the outstanding matters you're addressing in your evidence. And if we look on page 9 and your 3.4, you say you're dealing with the principle, and in that context look at Circular 0122, the need for further consent under the Highways Act, and then conditions. And those are the main headings your brief of evidence deals with.
That is correct, yes.
And we'll look at each of those headings, but before we do, can we just deal with 2 preliminary points? And the first is who National Highways are. And on page 2 at 1.2 under the heading Context, you refer there to section 5 of the Infrastructure Act 2015, and that lays out the general duties, statutory duties on national highways. Can you just confirm what they are, please?
Yes, thank you very much. National Highways has a statutory duty to ensure the safe and efficient operation of the SRN, consider the environmental impacts of decisions and support sustainable development. This is alluded to, as you mentioned, in paragraph 1 of CD 24.2, and describes the role of National Highways as being the strategic highways company under the provisions of the Infrastructure Act of 2015, in accordance with the company's license issued by the Secretary of State. It is the Highways Authority, Traffic Authority, and Street Authority for the Strategic Road Network in England. It is a condition of the license that the company must comply with or have due regard to relevant government policy, which includes Circular 122.
Yeah. And then at your 1.3, you refer to the license. We've got the license at CD 24.1, but you quote there paragraph 4.2, which is an important paragraph scoping national highways duties. Can you just read what you say at 1.3, second sentence under the licence, paragraph 4.2?
Indeed. National highways must act in a manner calculated best to, inter alia, ensure effective operation of the strategic road network. In this case, the relevant parts of the SRN are the M2 and the A249. To protect and improve the safety of the network and to conform to the principles of sustainable development, which means encouraging economic growth while protecting the environment and improving safety and the quality of life for the current and future generations.
Thank you very much. And that effectively quotes from paragraph 4.2.
That is correct.
Thank you. And then 1.4, you say National Highways is supportive of sustainable growth. Is that set out in the licence or otherwise?
It aligns both with the circular in terms of DFTO 122 as well as paragraph 116 of the NPPF, where it makes specific reference to the key important roles that we provide in sustainable development and appraisals.
And that's contingent, though, on meeting the policy tests, for example, in paragraph 116 and circular 0122, in terms of road safety impacts and cumulative impacts, and whether or not they would be severe, as you outline in 1.4.
That is correct.
Thank you. Can we then, just second preliminary matter, turn to your section 2, page 6, Northern Application. And I think you set out here what's agreed, so I'll just summarise it.
Yep.
But this is recorded in the Statement of Common Ground, but subject to proposed conditions, National Highways doesn't object, and all matters are agreed in relation to the Northern Application.
That is correct. We have submitted our conditions already in, I think it was October, as referenced in CD 4.7, referencing that, correct.
And those conditions for the Northern application were recently resubmitted to the inquiry, but they're also Appendix 2 to the National Highway Statement of Case, which is CD 33.4.
Correct.
Okay. So then, looking at the matters you deal with in detail that all arise in the context of the Southern application, the first matter is section 4 of your proof, page 10, new connections to the strategic road network and compliance with circular 0122. And you set out the relevant paragraphs in the circular on that page in paragraph 4.1. Can you just help us with what does the circular require in terms of new connections?
Yes, indeed. It starts off with the circular stating that it needs to actually come forward in terms of the local plan. And a whole lot of emphasis in early engagement in terms of the local plan. I think we're all aware of the status of where the Swale local plan is. So the reference within the circular refers to the local plan and how to come forward in terms of paragraph 18. Obviously, it goes against new connections. New connections, for example, on the SRN lead to more weaving and manoeuvres, if I read from the circular, paragraph 18, which in turn create additional risk to the safety and reduce the reliability and efficiency of journeys, resulting in negative impact on the overall national economic activity and performance.
Yeah. And so then paragraph 19 goes on to say, for that reason, effectively, the principle of creating new connections should be identified at the plan-making stage.
That is correct.
And then paragraph 20, where this has not occurred, there will be no new connections on those sections of the network designed for the high-speed traffic. And just to confirm, are we in part of the network designed for high-speed traffic?
Yes, indeed we are. The M2 is classified as a high-speed motorway, 70 miles an hour, and so therefore there is the presumption against new connections onto that network. And
for those reasons, if we go to the Statement of Common Ground, we don't actually need to go there, but it's CD 34.14 on page 9 to 10. It's agreed with the applicants that there is some conflict with paragraph 20 of the circular.
It is agreed that there is a conflict with paragraph 20 of the circular.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then the question becomes, well, what weight should be accorded to that conflict?
Yeah.
And I'd like your view on that, based on the overarching analysis that National Highways has done as to the overarching acceptability of the concept.
Thank you. I think the starting point is that we have done extensive technical review of the information, especially since the application was called in by the Secretary of State. So we've done a detailed technical analysis of the information, as well as reference to the informing Department for Transport, as included in our core documents, engaging with them in terms of a deviation from the policy, because there's clear application for a new junction. In assessing the technical feasibility, as well as in communicating with DFT, we believe that it should carry minimal weight in terms of its application, because there's clear justification for the need for a new junction.
Thank you. And then I just want to sort of mop up one point. At 4.5, you refer to writing to the Department for Transport in February to discuss deviation from policy, and that was CD 24.13. Since you wrote your proof, I think there's been a response which has been submitted, and that's CD 24.14. And again, I don't think we need to go there. It's dated 14th of May, and it says it wouldn't be appropriate for the department to comment on the merits of either of the schemes, either Northern and Southern. So in the end, your letter to DFT didn't elucidate anything that moves matters on. Is that fair? Yeah.
That is a fair comment. Yep.
Thank you. Can we then think about the Highways Act consent? And for this, could we just take up CD 34.18, which is the second statement of common ground between National Highways and the appellant?
Yes. Sorry. Yep.
And have you got a copy of that? Yeah. Yes, that's the one. And on page 3, the introduction explains it relates in particular to the need for Highways Act consent for Junction 5A to be able to be built out, operated, and the process by which such a consent may be obtained. And then the requirement for that consent is identified in paragraphs 2 to 4.
Yep.
And then at paragraph 5, do you want to just read paragraph 5? The key points to note are...
Yes, thank you very much. And in terms of paragraph 5, the key points to note are: there is a requirement for a scheme under section 16 to be confirmed by the Minister, being the Secretary of State for Transport. That's Roman numeral 1. Roman numeral 2, a procedure for that consenting process is laid down with Schedule 1 to the Highways Act 1980. And Roman numeral 3, the application for consent needs to be made by National Highways by virtue of section 16.6. There is no facility for the applicants to make such an application. As such, there will need to be an agreement as to how the application is drafted prior to National Highways submitting the application on the applicant's behalf.
Thank you. And there's nothing to stop such an agreement being reached?
There is nothing to stop such an agreement being reached, and it is agreed with the applicant that such an agreement will need to be reached.
And then can we just look at paragraph 9, please? This is going on to deal with other potential consenting scenarios. Yes. And just in terms of the relevance of those, you've obviously assessed the concept scheme that's been provided, the scheme that fits within the red line, and we've heard evidence this morning that the conclusion is, you know, there's no red flags at this stage, no reason to think that that can't be consented. So when we look at other consenting scenarios, that is if things don't go as expected, and so looking at it on a provisional basis. Can you just read out, please, paragraph 9, which summarises things?
As such, it is agreed, Roman numeral 1, as set out in National Highways evidence, reference to CD 41.1.2, the junction concept scheme is entirely contained within the red line of the applications. Roman numeral 2, in addition to the planning application process, Section 16 consent is also required, and the process for that consent is set out in this note. And Roman numeral 3, if there are changes to the junction design required through the detailed design process, then this can be addressed through the Section 16 consent. Or, if the land take were to exceed 15 hectares, an application for development consent order under PA 2008, and in that scenario there would be no requirement for consent under the Section 16 of the Highways Act of 1980, as it will follow a DCO route, development consent order.
Can I just ask something about that 15 hectares?
Yes.
So is that 15 hectares to cover also that bit of dual carriageway up to the roundabout?
Yes, it will be our entire area that affects the strategic road network that comes in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, but that's not the scenario we're contemplating. We're just advertising that because it's near 15 hectares at the moment.
I believe it's sitting at 14.8, yes.
Yeah. And then just in terms of the Section 16 application process, there's an Appendix 1 that sets out how the process works when National Highways is the applicant.
Yep.
But in this case, the true applicant will be the applicants in this planning inquiry. And so can you just explain the extent to which they will be beholden to that same process, or whether they will have the benefit of a more bespoke process?
It will definitely fall more into the category of being a bespoke process, because as is alluded to prior and with the previous witnesses, this is a very unique development proposal where this development is solely funded by the applicant. So it will be a bespoke agreement that will need to be reached through various discussions, and obviously with legal discussions within both organisations to come and form some form of delivery mechanism in terms of this process.
Yeah. And at paragraph 13 in Roman 2, Roman 1, it says the approach is not prescribed, and National Highways is prepared to agree an alternative approach in light of the scheme being promoted by a third party. And then 2 refers to a gap analysis. So that's recognising there's been quite a lot of work so far. So what is the gap analysis?
Yes, thank you very much. So the gap analysis says, expanding on the amount of work that we've come up with, a concept design, which we have done in detail, to a point where we don't see any red flags, the initial process will be then to relook at what is the relevance of the current information in terms of proceeding with the Highways Act, what is required, looking at the modelling data, if it's still applicable, is it still relevant. Depending on obviously the time at which this application is consented, we will have to review where these gap analyses are with the applicant. And this will involve numerous discussions as to identify and ultimately agree on how National Highways then adopts this as being the promoter, as previously alluded to, with these gaps identified, which will then be the responsibility of the applicant to fill these gaps to enable National Highways to present.
And then sort of Roman 3 to 6, it's essentially saying that it's anticipated that the applicants will prepare the application and then NH review it prior to submitting it on behalf of the applicants.
Yep.
So if that approach is followed, in terms of preparation, timetable, etc., where does control lie for that?
So obviously the control, we would work internally to have strict deadlines, but it would largely depend on the amount of information received from the applicant going forward in order to fill these gap analysis. So the timeframes will be solely dependent on the information that we receive. And I also like to mention the quality of that information that is received is very pertinent. It's not only just information, it's the quality and applicability of that information that could speed up the process.
But in terms of getting that information to National Highways, yes, that will be in control of the applicant.
Totally in control of the applicant, yes.
Thank you. Conditions, I don't think we need to address. We've set out the conditions we would need to see attached to both northern and southern application, and that will be discussed separately. Can you then just finally update us on where we are on costs of the junction? There was a discussion earlier on that referred to Lee Birchall's evidence and Appendix A, which is the Dadswell costs plan, and that includes a cost for the junction 5A. Correct. Can you just set out what that cost is and what it includes?
Yes, of course. So what we did is we jointly commissioned Dadswell with KCC in order to look at an independent costing analysis for purely the junction. Our instruction to Dadswell was to provide us a cost as if this was a totally new junction with no other supporting connections to it. So it was a new junction being put in. Their work came out, which included commuted lump sums, which is basically the amount of maintenance money that once the project is completed is handed over into National Highways. It included bonds and sureties, all the requirements for National Highways to get an identified costs. This came in at approximately £83 million. The applicant, in terms of their cost estimate, came in at approximately £50 million. In our investigation, the comparison between the two, the large discrepancy came in as what we can call non-construction related costs. These non-construction related costs are the fact that the applicant had factored in a number of the costs would be reduced as they would be building the Southern Relief Road at the same time. And therefore there would be a cost reduction as opposed to us seeing it as an isolation. They are required to, as per the application submitted, to build the Southern Relief Road and the junction at the same time. We accepted that these cost proposals given to us by Dadswell and the rationale provided to us by the applicant conform to the reasonable parameters within National Highways. Also bearing in mind that as an outline application, all matters reserved, as a concept, we were comfortable that as a concept it could be delivered within that framework.
Okay.
What, within the 50 million?
Within the 50 million, yep.
You're confident that it could be?
We're confident it could be, but dependent as a concept now, and I just need to place on record that this is not the detailed design.
No.
The detailed design will provide a lot more clarity in terms of the actual costs, in terms of what is required, and as alluded to by my colleagues earlier, in terms of the departures and so forth that may be required, there may be additional. But as a concept presented to us in our evaluation, we do believe it can be done.
And that's on the basis you are accepting the appellant's point?
Yes.
That they'll be on site anyway, so to speak, so the isolated...
Yes.
The estimate of costs in isolation of Junction 5A doesn't necessarily reflect the reality of constructing this site.
That is correct. For example, they'll only need one construction site office, where we'd actually factored in another one and so forth for our specific.
So they would actually be doing the work, would they? The applicants' contractors?
If they're through the secondary consenting process, there is a process where either National Highways becomes a promoter for that, or if they have contractors that are approved by National Highways. Yeah. But because this project is over 50 million, it will go over through to National Highways major projects team that will then implement this project, because it hits within the organisation, the 50 million is where it comes over into a major project.
So does that mean they'll pay for it and you'll construct it?
Yes. Yeah. So they'll pay for it, and it was their contractors and so forth that are approved in our panel might also be used to construct it. We don't necessarily use our own contractors.
I see.
They have to be approved on national highways as well.
But 50 million is the sort of cut-off, so if it came in at sort of 49.99, they could do it themselves, could they?
No. So what would happen, it will still maintain the same process. It would be managed then by third-party projects through the 278 agreement, which is another department within National Highways that literally does schemes of this nature, and the 50 million is a cut-off where it actually is defined as a major project. So if it came in at 49.9, it would work with another team under operations, third-party. The process is exactly the same. It will sign a Section 278 agreement.
Thank you.
Sorry, say that? No. And just for clarity there, the commuted sum isn't factored in when you're looking at the 50 million cut-off point?
No. The commuted sums aren't factored in because it's hard to factor in the commuted lump sum on a concept. We could only do that on detailed design.
So what's commuted sum?
It's an amount that National Highways asks for ongoing maintenance when they take on the junction.
I thought that's been factored into the 50 million, hadn't it?
Not into the 50 million, Mum. It was factored into our 83.
Yes, I realise that.
So theirs does not, because it's very hard as a concept to factor it in, because we can only, the way in which the commuted lump sums are calculated is once we have detailed design, it goes through to a department in National Highways, our commercial team, and they cost it out because it's only payable at the end when it's handed over, because it's all dependent on exactly how many street lights, traffic signals, meters of bitumen are actually going to be handed over into us. It's all worked out through the 278 agreement, the legal agreement. There's normally a figure that's put into that amount. However, the emphasis there is that the applicant hasn't factored that into their 50 million.
Oh, I see. So the 50 million that the applicants have come up with doesn't cover the costs. Does it cover bonds and sureties and that sort of stuff?
To be honest, I'm not sure it does cover the full bonds and sureties within it, because that will all be defined in terms of the 278 agreement. Mm-hmm. And we believe that only needs to be negotiated and discussed through the second consenting route to get it through.
So do you think that the 50 million then and your 83 million would be sort of a similar level if you add in all that's, the commuted sums and the bonds and all the rest of it?
That's why, that's why we believe it's in the far. That's why we believe it's within the reasonable parameters, because those figures can ultimately only be done on detailed design. And this is the conundrum that we're facing: is we are pricing something as a concept.
No, I realise, yeah.
And we can't go into detail. A normal process within National Highways is we do not give that detail in terms of costings on concepts.
I see. And the fact of making it into a major project, you said there was 50 million cut off. Would that just be the construction cost, or would that be everything?
That will just be the construction cost. It will hand over to a larger team who specialises in larger schemes of this nature.
So if you're factoring in, if it was your 83 million with all the other things included, it would go in as a major project, would it?
Correct. Yes. So in terms of our Highways Act consenting route, the main spearheading from National Highways will be done by our major projects team.
I see. Right.
Yes.
With it. Thanks.
Thank you. Then I think just finally, can we just pick up the National Planning Policy Framework, which is CD 16.1. And I just want you to sort of conclude by bearing in mind the Secretary of State's call-in letter and Matter C, which is that to which our evidence is directed, that being the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for promoting sustainable transport in the MPPF. Can you just provide your views on compliance with paragraphs 115 to 116 in the framework?
Yes. In terms of MPPF, you obviously need to read them in close parallel with our Circular 0122. And essentially, in terms of paragraph 115, it says, in assessing the sites that may be allocated for development in plans or specific applications for development, it should be ensured that A, sustainable transport modes are prioritised, taking into account of the vision for the site, the type of development and its location. B, safe and suitable access to the site can be achieved for all users. C, the design of streets, parking areas, other transport elements and the content of associated standards reflects current national guidance, including the National Design Guide and the National Model Design Guide. And lastly, point D, any significant impacts from the development on the transport network in terms of capacity and congestion or on highway safety can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree through a vision-led approach. Within that, I will then refer to paragraph 116, where it says, development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable and future scenarios. Yeah. And that is what we have applied to.
Yeah, and your conclusions as to the acceptability of the schemes alongside those policies when you apply the policies?
Correct. We believe it is an acceptable scheme in line with those policies, and ultimately the question in terms of Chapter 9 asked by the Planning Inspector.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, and Chi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Peters. We met on the site visit, so you know who I am and who I'm acting for. I just want to come back to the description you gave of this as a conundrum.
Yes.
It's certainly a conundrum.
Yes.
And in fact, it appears to be a conundrum that delivers more conundrums in its wake. You quite fairly, I think, described this proposal as atypical.
Yes.
In 5.6. So when this first came across your desk, were you surprised at the idea of an injunction coming forwards this way?
Yes, we were surprised, and there were a number of requests, as you can see, 2 years, I think up to 2 years prior to it being called in by the Secretary of State, where we were requiring additional information from the applicant in order to provide us with comfort and relative understanding of what was needed for us to assess the application. Bearing in mind that, as I said, it was unusual in the sense of it being validated by Swale in November 2022, being an outline application, all matters reserved, including access, which in itself was a very odd way to approach a planning application.
Would you have expected a planning application such as this to have been submitted without having some certainty between National Highways and the applicant as to the onward process in respect of the consenting and construction of the junction?
The answer is that we always work very closely with the applicants. So it's an area where we work jointly together, assess the information, and are guided by what information we get. So to say from the outset it should have been a known factor would be unrealistic. It's something that we work together with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it would have been an unknown factor. What I'm saying is, at the point it kind of came into Swale for validation, yes. Yep. Would you have expected there to have been those discussions and, if not final, but very clear guidance as to how the construction and consent of the motorway would progress? So issues like the deviation from policy, would you have expected that to have been something that had been discussed so that when the decision maker, Swale at that instance, came to look at it, they'd be able to look with a degree of certainty as to what the onward process would be?
So to answer you, it would be as a statutory consultee, we don't get involved in determining in the balance of planning probability. We receive applications from local planning authorities which we review and engage with given the evidence we have. It is not our responsibility, and in terms of meeting our duties, to question Swale in that way as to why this application. We deal with what is given before us and then seek clarity and additional evidence.
I mean, you would expect the applicant to know that in developing this proposal, there would need to be some consents to connect to kind of the road network, and in particular the strategic road network. So would you not have expected those discussions to have taken place before the application was provided to Swale?
I think it would be unrealistic of me to comment on a thought or from the applicants.
Would it have been prudent?
Once again, I think that's for the applicant. They've decided on the route that they took for their reasons, and we have replied in terms of what we have been given.
So now, at the moment, you're put in this position where the evidence that you're having to give is, I wouldn't say it's evolving, but it's in a bit of a state of limbo, because you kind of, National Highways hadn't really got their ducks in a row, because you don't know what is going to happen. I mean, even with the latest update from the Department for Transport, we still don't know if what's being proposed would be an exceptional deviation under the circular. And so how is that going to assist the Secretary of State in understanding with a level of certainty that a connection such as this that is needed as part of this proposal is going to come forwards?
So, I mean, I think it's a really interesting question that you ask, and our understanding is one where it essentially comes down to the amount of work and information assessing the technical data that we've gone into from the information received by the applicant has placed us in a position where we are comfortable that we do not see this junction as being any obvious impediment to the future development. However, in stating that, it's very clear that we are considering this in terms of a planning application that is submitted. However, that is separate from a Highways Act consenting route. That is a totally separate consenting route process that falls, I think, outside the remit of this planning inquiry that is currently taking place. Now, obviously, from our point of view, the fact that we've gone this process, and you've heard from the previous witnesses that we don't see any obvious impediments, we would be comfortable to recommend to the Secretary of State that this could be actually implemented.
So you don't see any obvious impediments based on a concept?
Correct.
To be clear, and it's a concept where, on my client's case, there isn't a sufficiency of information provided to be able to give the level of certainty that we say the decision maker should have in terms of the ability for the junction to come forwards, particularly within the confines of the planning application.
My response to that would be, yes, we have to deal with the fact that it was an approved outline application as submitted. We do know that there is a separate consenting route, and it has been agreed with the applicant. And the application was submitted with the junction as being part of the application.
And it could be a separate consenting route that could fall at the first hurdle.
It would also be presumptuous for me to say it would fall. We've done our best of our knowledge. We've had expertise, witnesses, as you've heard, that have come in and do not see any red flags to get it done. And there's nothing insurmountable. So once again, we do not see it to be as an impediment.
No, and I don't envy you the task that you've been put under to deal with within the timetable of a planning inquiry.
Yes.
But if we have a look at the circular, and we have a look at paragraph 19 and 20. So, oh, sorry, it's I forgot. Bear with me. I haven't saved it for the circular. Thank you. So, Mr. Westmoreland-Smith's already kind of taken you through paragraphs 19 and 20, and it's these paragraphs where you describe, I think, the presumption of kind of new connections, and what you're saying, in effect, you've been looking to get guidance from the DFT as to whether or not the presumption can effectively be set aside to allow a connection such as this. And now, we know that some advice went off to the Secretary of State for Transport, and ultimately it's the Secretary of State for Transport's decision, isn't it? It's not the Secretary of State for Communities, Housing and Local Government. Did you ever see that advice that went off? And I'm not trying to dig into any issues of legal professional privilege, but are you aware as to how the department advised the Secretary of State in terms of being able to consent to a deviation?
I don't know the exact discussions. We went around. We did engage with our counterparts at DFT, and I was involved in the structuring of the letter that was submitted to the Secretary of State for Transport. The discussions that took place, I was not aware of those discussions. We just got the feedback letter when it
and we can kind of obviously infer probably what those discussions were from what the letter actually says. It says don't do anything now effectively because you don't want to prejudge,
correct,
kind of impact the Secretary of State for Community Housing and Local Government's decision. But if we have a look at this idea about new connections being prohibited, we have a look at paragraph 19, and as has already been gone over, new connections should be identified at a plan-making stage. And there's a rationale behind that because it's all about assessing the potential impacts, kind of a slightly more in-depth assessment than you can probably have within the context of a planning inquiry. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you then kind of come through to paragraph 20. We know that we're looking at a connection to the high-speed network. And here, paragraph 20 seems to set out what the exceptions are to the prohibition on connections. And so we've got connections other than the provision of signed roadside facilities, emergency vehicle access, public transport interchanges, and the company's construction and maintenance compounds, where these can be provided safely. So these appear to be the exceptions to the no connection rule. If we paragraph 20. And there's also included with that, as by way of clarification, is that new connections are prohibited which include temporary access points for construction vehicles. Now, we don't know what the advice was as to kind of how to operate, how this policy operates, and whether or not this particular connection can be the subject of a deviation under this policy. But looking at this policy, the deviations that could be permitted appear to be set out in paragraph 20. Would you agree?
I believe they are set out in paragraph 20, but we also believe that within the deviation policy, the deviation that has risen is not an assumption for or against the development. It is just noting the fact that there is a deviation.
But again, this is effectively a bespoke deviation is being suggested here, not one that falls within the wording of the policy. I mean, is that even a deviation that we know the Secretary of State can grant on that basis?
Our discussions are, yes, we have, and that is why we have informed the Secretary of State of it and DFT, Secretary of State, that there is a deviation in policy. So we believe that we have fulfilled our obligation in terms of the circular, in terms of requirements, as well as our license, by informing DFT that we have an application which currently sits with a deviation.
Were you surprised at the DFT's response?
No, I was not surprised because I think it's very clear that they don't want to get involved in a separate planning inquiry.
I mean, did you invite them to become involved in this inquiry, or is it just not a clarification? Are we not just saying, Secretary of State, could you confirm whether or not this could in principle be acceptable as a deviation under the policy?
We literally undertook it in terms of our license agreement and what we saw reasonable. And I think in their reply, it also says National Highways needs to continue in terms of what our requirements are.
Yeah, it does that, but it doesn't shed any light on this issue of deviation, which, as I say, could be a reason this falls at the first hurdle. And that's not your fault at all, by any means. This is an issue caused by a, kind of, I've put it slightly unhelpful response to a point of clarity that we would suspect the Inspector and the Secretary of State for Communities, Housing and Local Government could probably do with. But we are where we are. If I can also take you to the licence that National Highways operates under, and that's CD 24.1.
Mm-hmm.
24.1, it's the National Highways licence, or previously Highways England licence. And so part 4 is the aims and objectives, and at 4.2 we have a selection of items that the licence holder must consider in exercising its functions and complying with its legal duties. So presumably as part of the route you've been going along so far and that you'll continue to do,
Correct.
You have to take these points into account.
Correct.
And so in terms of this stage, where we're looking at a concept design, and from what I gather from your colleagues and yourself, you're only looking for a degree of sufficiency to allow you to say, it can probably go through. Of A to H, would it be fair to say that what you've been focusing on would be item A, ensuring the effective operation of the network, item C, improvement, enhancement, and in respect of future-proofing, are we looking there at long-term development of the network? D, I suspect that comes into consideration, but kind of we're too early on, aren't we, to decide whether it's value for money. E is presumably one of the key things that you've been focusing on, and it's been quite a bit of evidence in respect of where there are departures from safety standards, that type of thing. And you've been very clear on you're looking to conform with the principles of sustainable development. Now, we're dealing with a concept proposal which introduces significant infrastructure to an area that, on my client's case and many others' cases, is an environmentally sensitive area. Now, where in National Highways is evidence, have you considered 4.2G, minimising the environmental impacts, or is that something that comes later?
As a concept, we have reviewed it. However, the details forms part of the gap analysis that will be provided in terms of where, and once you start getting into more preliminary design and ultimately through to final design, before the highways consenting, those are the exact nature of the details that we would get into.
So at this stage, you're not passing any view on environmental impacts?
Now, we're taking a rather pragmatic approach to look at it in its totality to see what of the benefits and the improvements would be in terms of the calling Chapter 9 of MPPF.
And so there's no analysis from National Highways side on environmental impacts that you could produce to assist the inspector with those considerations that she has to make now?
Yep, we've looked at it, and from our point, there are no flags that have been raised in terms of that aspect.
So, because I suspect you'll be taken to it in kind of re-examination, there is a section within the licence that sets out how the environment, the 4.2G consideration is to be taken into account. And that's at paragraph 5.23, which is PDF page 16 of the licence.
Yep.
And again, we have a series of steps, A to H, within here. But what you're saying, in effect, is none of this in respect of the highways proposals needs to be considered at this stage.
And what I'd go back to, it's the nature of the planning application. as a concept, outline all matters reserved, including access. And that's what we have to do, and we have to respond to the nature of the application that was received.
I mean, as we say, it's an unusual application and a conundrum. And we have a situation where we have the ultimate decision maker, which may sound quasi-religious, but I'm kind of referring to the Secretary of State here. We have the ultimate decision maker who is tasked with balancing a whole range of things, one of which will be of particular concern, or should be of particular concern, are the impacts that the development as a whole, including the highway structure and including the concept of the highways proposals, will have on the local environment and any impacts on areas of national importance. But National Highways' position is we don't need to deal with that because it's an outline planning application.
As I said, we have reviewed it, and there's no massive red flags that have been flown up or huge big showstoppers that are going to stop it progressing. Bearing in mind, we're looking at specifically the area within our junctions. Our focus is just limited to the proposed junction, and that's where we've paid our attention to.
And when you say you've looked at it in respect of identifying environmental red flags, are we talking about you, Mr. Howell, or Mr. Miller, or has some internal environmental expertise looked at it?
So we do have within our Mike Howell and Darren that work for our JSJV, as we were introduced to. So within there we have the technical specialists that have part of the review, would have examined it as part of the process.
And is that within any of the papers, the result of that analysis, with any of the papers that can be found within the extensive library that we're working with?
No, because it would have informed our decision of where we were.
Bear with me, I'm just double checking a couple of points. I mean, I've put this to your colleagues, and I just want to see, kind of from your understanding, whether you agree that without the infrastructure that you require, the proposal that is being advanced in terms of housing and everything else just doesn't work. It needs to have that access to the strategic road network.
And that's why we've always maintained the position that we do not see the proposed new junction as being an impediment to the development. And that's our whole emphasis. It's not an impediment. We don't see it being any obvious impediment to the development.
Now, what happens if we kind of start moving further down the line? Outline permission is granted, we get into the consenting stage, we've heard about the proposed condition in respect of construction. What happens if at that stage, Secretary of State for Transport comes back and says, okay, you had my earlier letter, and now what I'm saying is no deviation? What does happen then?
In all honesty, I wouldn't be able. It's a presumption I can't make. I wouldn't know.
I mean,
I don't want to answer. I can't be in the Secretary of State.
No, but if you're presented with that, how would National Highways deal with it? You couldn't proceed with the connection, could you?
If all the evidence and the working on the gap analysis that we have received as terms of the process, bearing in mind that the second consenting route is not just a submission of a file that says we're happy.
Oh, yeah.
It's a large, probably double the amount of documents that we've gone through here, because you are actually doing an act of parliament.
It's the detailed design.
It's the detailed design. So I think there need to be reasonable grounds for them to make an informed decision why not to do it. But with the amount of information, it will be a continuing engaging process, because obviously we do not want to be seen as going down a rabbit hole with the applicant to have spent vast fortunes of money to be told at the end of it that there's no deviation. So there'll be active engagement, which is part of the second consenting route with DFT.
So but by the time you get there, what I'm saying is you get permission granted at this level.
Yep.
Is it at that point the deviation gets considered? Or are you saying in order to consider the deviation, we need all the detailed design?
So it will be part of the gap analysis that we'll make a business case that you will see it comes into National Highways. So National Highways, as was outlined earlier, then becomes the promoter, will submit the case through to DFT justifying, and part of that will be the justification of why deviation should be made.
So National Highways, in effect, kind of steps in and says, actually, there is now a need for this junction.
Yes, absolutely. Well, if it's accepted, we'll become the promoters in terms of the Highways Act.
Whereas at the moment, there's no need.
No need.
The position. But consent is granted, development comes in, there's a need, you make the business case.
Yep.
And even though that hasn't gone through a plan-making exercise, that is likely to be accepted as a deviation from the policy, and it's not one of the other.
Yep.
I mean, in terms of what National Highways has gathered in and what it's analysed, I mean, predominantly, as you say, you're reliant on the level and quality of information that comes in from the applicant. That's right, isn't it?
Correct, yes. Yes. Right.
And it's a huge amount of information.
Correct.
And at the moment, do you have effectively a separate team set up to deal with the reviews of this material that's coming in?
Yes. So from our point, as soon as it was called in by the Secretary of State, we did have a team working on the application prior to the call-in. Once it was called in and the attendance of the first conferences, we did mobilise a bespoke team to specifically, as you can see here today, to assist in going through the large amount of information that needed to be processed and reached through to meet the inspector's timetables and to get into a position.
Suddenly all hands to the pump. I mean, the position that my clients are in, and you've heard it before, and here it comes again, is that actually the level of information that you're getting in at this stage is demonstrative of a light touch approach to this. And the reason it's a light touch approach is because you're relying on the later stages and the later consenting schemes.
So my answer would be to totally refute a light touch, and I think this has been consistent. It's not a light touch. If you look at the amount of effort and where we have come and what we have worked through together to get to this position, it was by no means a light touch. To have gone through an entire new junction design on a high-speed motorway to get to a position where we are comfortable, and as you've heard by previous witnesses, no red flags, no major issues are concerned, we have to still be in a position to clearly articulate to the Secretary of State that we do not see an impediment. It would be a large embarrassment if National Highway sat here in front of this committee and said that there weren't any reasons for or red flags raised, and as you then say, down the process, there was a red flag raised. So we have mobilized and done a lot of work to ensure that we are comfortable with a position that says where we are now, which has led to these two statements of common grounds that we've entered into.
But where we are now still involves a lot of hypotheticals, doesn't it? We still don't have a clear steer as to how the consent regime is going to work, who's going to build it, who's going to promote it. We don't have a clear idea on the final design. We have a concept, and everyone is always very careful to say it is a concept.
Yep.
But we're also made aware that there is additional information, such as the geotechnical information about what is needed in terms of embankments, that my clients fail to understand why that couldn't have been brought forward at this stage. It's all well and good to say this is an outline planning application, but at the end of the day, the Secretary of State still needs to have sufficient information to be able to reach her own conclusion. Can't just abrogate that responsibility to the statutory consultee. She has to be satisfied that actually what she is being advised of and what she has seen is sufficient. And your view is that's the case.
And our view is we are comfortable with the evidence that we have received and reviewed to give the advice to the Secretary of State that we do not see any red flags. And that's ultimately why it's been called in. And at the end of the day, it is a planning matter for a planning inspector to make the decision on in terms of the application before us, not part of the Highways Act consenting route.
Not for me to make the decision.
Or Secretary of State, sorry, Mum. Yes.
Goodness.
And so,
recommendation.
Just dealing with a couple of final points. We have these two cost sums. Is it 83 million and 50 million, and ne'er the twain shall meet?
Yes.
But that's based on the concept, yes?
Yes.
And we already know that the concept is Well, it's going to change, isn't it?
Correct.
And we're also talking about construction that isn't going to start immediately. So within those calculations, has there been flexibility for kind of increases in the labour market, materials, etc.? Or is that costed as of if spades were going to go in the ground now?
It has been factored into the costs, but as you say, we don't know exactly when it's going to be constructed at the moment. So given the information that we have, we are reasonably comfortable what is provided as of now, what we have to deal with. And it has been factored in, but whether it's in 5, 10 years or so forth, obviously, once again, only once you do detailed design will the actual true figures come out, which we will then be raised. But the principle is what is presented, we are reasonably comfortable with.
Thank you. That's everything.
Thank you.
Just a few things.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just absolutely clarify that I understand the routes that are available? Hang on a minute, sorry. So as far as I understand it, then there are two routes, aren't there? First of all, this could be done under Section 16 of the Highways Act,
Correct.
or it could be done under a DCO. And it largely depends on the size of the site, the nature of the size of the scheme, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
So, providing it's under the 50, is it 50 acres and, 50 hectares or and under?
Correct.
Yeah, if it's 50 hectares or under, then you could use Section 16. So, do I understand it correctly that that would then engage the general permitted development order and the works would be permitted development? Is that correct?
If it fell under Section 16 of the Highways Act and consent
Yes.
was granted, yeah.
Yeah. So how does that work then, or how would that work at reserved matter stage? Because I suppose that it wouldn't really be necessary, would it, to put reserved matters in for the actual motorway junction part? Would it?
No, ma'am, not with the Highways Act consenting route, Section 16.
Okay. So basically then, that will be a matter that will be purely decided between the, obviously the Secretary of State has, for transport, has the say as to whether or not it can be acceptable, but if that were to be agreed, then it would just be a matter that National Highways would have to be satisfied with all the detailing that's provided by the applicants.
Correct.
No one else would really be involved in that side of the development.
And to get to that point, there's a large stakeholder engagement process that takes place. There's a number of processes that can take up to 3 years before you actually grant a Highways Act. So I think I need to make it very clear. It is also outlined in terms of that annexure within the Statement of Common Ground, where we briefly do put out a highlight. I think it's Annexure 1, Appendix 1.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, where we've got our Jacob Sister joint venture, just to give a brief overview of how the consenting scheme would work. Mm-hmm. In terms of agreement, in terms of the different process and what happens, and it sets out the timeframes, and you'll see what we've tried to do right at the end is we've just tried to encapsulate it in terms of the process to be followed, in terms of optioneering and the development phase in terms of the last one. Just to give an idea of it as to the timescales, but as was alluded to earlier, it's largely dependent on the information that we receive and the gap analysis that we're doing in terms of these timeframes. And
that's just 3 years from the date that the Secretary of State makes a decision, and assuming that's, for the sake of this question, that outline permission were granted, then this process starts. So it would be 3 years on from that date, would it, more or less, give or take?
Yeah, ma'am, I think I make important that the 3 years is not a fixed time frame.
No.
It's it's approximation of what we've tried to do in terms of it. Obviously, the key is the gap analysis. What we identify through the gap analysis as what is required from the applicant, the information that we receive, its relevance to what we require, and it meets our requirements, obviously fast tracks that process to a certain degree, if that makes sense. So I'm not saying it is 3 years. If it comes a lot quicker.
Yeah. So it would basically depend on the quality and quantum, I suppose, of information received from the applicant. Correct. And discussion with National Highways.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. If it had to go under the DCO process, then that's a whole different kettle of fish, isn't it?
Right.
So that would be a much longer process, I'm presuming, would it?
Correct.
Which might, and a public inquiry would obviously be held and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
The normal DCO process will be triggered, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, you've confirmed that. Yes, so if outline planning permission were to be granted, that would then require, presumably, the applicants to enter into some sort of a legal agreement with National Highways, would it? In terms of, responsibilities and costs of preparing all the stuff that needs to be prepared for the Section 16 application. Would that be right?
That is correct. That's why one of the key planning conditions we have is to enter into a 278 agreement with National Highways, where all of that legal agreements are entered into, signed.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably something we'll have to discuss at the...
yes.
Because, normally you wouldn't have a condition that requires entering into a legal agreement, so it would have to be done via the legal agreement route. Okay, because at the moment, of course, Section 106 doesn't have any mention of Junction 5A in it, as far as I have looked. So we'll have to discuss that at the appropriate time. Are you going to be coming to that session?
On the conditions?
And Section 106?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you. So, right, oh yes, there was just a question about severability, wasn't there, that I think was raised in the paragraph 11 of the Statement of Common Ground. Have you got any comments on that? Or is that something that's...
Probably more of a legal.
Okay, well, at some stage I'd like to have some sort of a note on that. Okay, thank you.
Would you like that note because obviously we could touch on it in closings, but would you like a separate?
I wouldn't mind a separate note just to explain
note what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay. That's arisen essentially because. That's arisen essentially because we have indicated that, for example, if it goes above 15 hectares, there will be a different consenting process. There is also a theoretical possibility that it would be under the 15 but need a bit of land outside the red line. So there's sort of different scenarios, which I think are all probably capable of resolution, but we need to give thought to it now so that if consent is granted, there isn't a problem down the track in that
all
scenario.
To do with this idea about hillside and
Yes, I've never really understood hillside.
Well, see if we can. Luckily, no one else does either. So, but we could maybe we could try and do a joint legal notice.
If you wouldn't mind, that would be really helpful.
Okay.
It's trying to be sort of look forwards and see future problems if consent is granted. That's
point is that by doing something different at the motorway junction, you don't want to end up if the Secretary of State's granted consent prejudicing other bits of it.
No, I sort of understood that bit.
That's
but,
Okay.
But perhaps you could clarify.
We'll have a go.
Great, thank you very much. Okay. Yes, just paragraph 6.3 of your proof. This is just about the northern site. You said there that as no assessment has been provided which demonstrates acceptability of development traffic impacts arising from a partial occupation of the development, the completion of junctions 5A, in addition to the the Northern Relief Road and Southern Relief Road, are necessary prior to any occupation of the development. And this must be secured by condition. Well, what happens if just the Northern Relief Road, supposing just outline planning permission were to be granted just for the northern site, you wouldn't have any requirement about occupation there, presumably?
No, that's why that separate standard conditions that we have related to them, we've separated the application comments to that where it doesn't require.
Right, and I mean, I do know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask anyway. The two relief roads wouldn't be part of the strategic road network, so only the first bit of the southern one would be.
Yes, that falls under national highways. Those slipways to that first roundabout will then come over to KC.
Yes, I did. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to talk about costs another time. There's just a few queries on this statement of common ground. Let me just have a quick look to see if you've answered them. When you, in paragraph 3, you said, this is why I just wondered about that last question, the new roads that will form the proposed new junction 5A and its connection to the local road network will be special roads, but that was just in relation to that section up to the first roundabout, was it? That's what you meant? Yeah.
Oh. So it's essentially those slipways.
Yes.
It slips
okay.
on and off.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, fine. Next, paragraph 5.1. Oh yes, this so confirmation by the Secretary of State for Transport. So that's basically whether or not the Section 16 process can be undertaken. Is that right? If the Secretary of State said no, could it proceed by DCO?
Doesn't get the trigger. I think it's more of a question of saying that if it is consented, we will have to apply under Section 16 to the Secretary of State to get it approved.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
It's a process for approval to build a new junction on a high-speed motorway, where the ultimate decision on that approval rests with the Secretary of State.
Right. I see. Okay. Fine. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, any re-examination?
No, I don't think so. But can I just clarify 2 points? I mean, there were some questions put on the circular, and insofar as they go to the interpretation of the circular, that's really a matter for submissions because it's a point of law, so I won't ask anything on that. But can I just make clear that, as we sort of established in Chief, it's accepted there's a conflict with the circular in terms of paragraph 20, and that's clearly a material consideration for you in the context of the planning determination. So we don't say for a second that the circular is not relevant in the context of the planning decision. It clearly is. It will also be relevant down the track to the Section 16 decision. And then just in terms of landscape, because this is a planning inquiry, we're being asked for our views in technical highways terms. We're not promoting this scheme, which is really what activates all the environmental clauses in the licence. Our focus has been on the technical highway stuff, not the landscape stuff. We haven't put forward evidence on that, but clearly it's a material consideration for you to take into account on the basis of the evidence you've got. So yeah, that's the reason why we haven't put forward landscape evidence. It's just not really part of our gig, given our expertise and statutory consultee role.
It was about microphones. Yeah. It wasn't yours, actually, it was Mr. Peters's, but he's finished now, so.
Right, okay. I think that's everything then. Thank you. Right, so, Mr. Bell, are you prepared to... Well, I'm not going to ask you that. Not are you prepared? No, you haven't. I mean, Miss Bonnie isn't here, is she? So, yeah, okay, well, as I said, we've got a couple of hours, so I think if Mr. Bamber is fit and ready, that would be very helpful. Have a quick break. I think we'll have our quick...
Should we do the afternoon break?
We'll just have until 3:30.
Thank you.
And then we'll start with Mr. Bamber then. Thank you, Mr. Peters. to work out what proofs we got and what we hadn't. So we're a bit late, sorry about that. Right, the inquiry is now resumed, and we've got Mr. Bamber going to give evidence.
Mr. Bamber, I am going to introduce you to the inquiry. You are Bruce Bamber?
Yes, I am.
And you're a director of... apologies. It's because Monique's not here to remind me. You're a director of Railton TPC Limited.
That's correct.
And previously an associate with RPS Planning and Development. And before that, you worked for TPK Limited.
Yes.
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 Explain, what type of organisations were they?
Transport planning consultancies.
Thank you. And you have 35 years of experience of working within the transport planning industry. And do you just want to explain briefly some of your areas of expertise that you've covered in that time?
Yes, I've worked on a whole range of development types and almost every scale, from individual dwellings up to new settlements. I've looked at large wind farms, cable routes. I've done a DCO inquiry, many other public inquiries, local plan inquiries. I think I've covered just about every land use that we have. I would also point out that I give an annual lecture in transport plans and transport assessments at Southampton University to their MSc students. I've recently been working on some large studies of sustainable travel in West Berkshire, general population and also elderly residents. I think that probably gives you a flavour of my experience.
And you're a chartered member of the Institution of Highways and Transportation and have a master's degree in transport.
Yes.
And now, you've produced 2 proofs of evidence, a summary proof of evidence, which is at 43.4.1, and a substantive proof of evidence at 43.4.2, which has some appendices
yes.
to it. Now, if I can just take you to paragraph 1.4 in your main proof. And here you set out that your opinions are your true and professional opinions.
Yes.
And can you confirm that you will continue to provide your evidence in accordance with this paragraph?
Yes, I will.
Now, if we can get into the introduction to your evidence, and you set out under under paragraph 1.6 onward the issues that you're going to be dealing with. If you could just kind of set out broadly the headings for those issues.
Yes, it's 8 main issues. 8 issues. So the first one is points about the sustainability of the proposed development. The second issue is looking at the mode share that has been assumed in the modelling. The third issue, I am looking at traffic movement on the A2, but particularly focusing on the impact on Tenham and that section east of the development. Issue 4 is to do with Lower Road and the potential for an adverse highway safety impact. Issue 5, I'm looking specifically at the Ruinsbarn Road, Woodstock Road corridor in Sittingbourne. Issue 6, I'm thinking about rat running. Issue 7, I'm providing evidence on induced traffic in the modelling, or the lack of it. And issue 8 is the issue which I raised yesterday on the site visit, which where I have just factually identified the height of some of the structures above ground level.
And we know you've been on the site visit, but have you visited the site before? And by the site, I mean the combined site.
Yes, I've walked, I've cycled, and I've driven I would say all the main routes several times, so I'm familiar with the environment for pedestrian, cyclists, and drivers. I have to admit, I have not been on a bus locally. I don't think that will affect the quality of my evidence.
No, and that experience is in respect of this planning proposal.
Yes, yes.
Because I am aware that you are familiar with Sittingbourne from 1.2 of your proof.
Yes, I have previously worked in the area, but that is I have travelled around by all modes, those modes in relation to this inquiry.
Further on in your proof, you identify your data sources you're going to be speaking from. So at paragraph 1.14, we don't need to read those out. And then at 1.19, you set out which policies of the MPPF and the Swale Local Plan are relevant to your evidence.
Yes, that's right.
And so, with that introduction over, if we could move on to issue 1, transport and sustainability.
Okay, thank you. Before I sort of launch in, I just want to put it into context. After I submitted my proof of evidence, Mr. Wilde submitted his rebuttal, and you'll be aware that's quite a comprehensive document. He makes several references to me and my evidence. So what I will try and do is deal with those points appropriately as I'm going through explaining. It won't be quite as slick as it would have been if it had been next week, but I think potentially more eventful.
Which is the type of phrase the inquiry likes to hear. So, I mean, in respect to transport sustainability, I think it's probably helpful to set out what general points you make on transport sustainability of the scheme.
Yes, and I think it'd be helpful, Ma'am, if you could go to my figure BRB3 at the page 45 of my main proof. That's PDF. Where we have a map of the general area, and there what I've marked on there are the residential areas. I haven't marked on parkland or industrial, just focusing on residential. Page 45, I think, in the PDFs.
It's PDF page 45.
PDF 45. It's paginated. It comes after paginated 39. So you get to 39 and it's the next page.
So, thank you. Having turned that up, what do you want to say about this diagram?
So the first point I'd like to make is a general point about the way in which the development is essentially spread out around the southeast of Sittingbourne. I would describe it as essentially dispersed. We have 3 main areas of development. We have the section west of Tenham, we have the Oakwood Village part, and we have Highsted. And Highsted, you could, if you look at that, it also seems a little bit separated. And then we have the relatively the smaller part of Highsted North, which you can see just attaching to the southern edge of Sittingbourne. Now, the point I want to make is that dispersion is not the friend of sustainable travel. The more you spread things out, the more difficult it becomes to move between the development and other parts of the development by active modes, particularly walking and cycling. It also, I'll come on to that separately, but it makes provision of bus services more difficult as well. So that's the general first point, that the development is dispersed. The next point, which is related to that, is that because you've got these separate parcels of development, we are missing out on the opportunity to maximise internalisation of trips. If you put development into a single parcel, block, settlement, then it's much easier to retain as much travel as possible within that area. Not only because the distances are shorter, but also because it allows higher order facilities to be provided for that one cluster of development. In this case, you'll have seen from the master plans that each section has got its own one or two local centres. Each of those have to be provided with some local services, which is all very well. But what we're missing out on is the opportunity to actually enhance those and provide a greater ability to keep people within that settlement rather than, if you like, having to go outside and travel longer distances. The third point, which is obvious, it's obvious from the plan and obvious, I think, from the site visits that we've done, is that the development is separated from Sittingbourne. It's the only Highsted North that is attached, that abuts the built-up area of Sittingbourne. All the other areas, there is a gap. And this means that if we are trying to think about sustainable travel, again, walking and cycling, that becomes more difficult. So we have dispersion, we have a lack of internalisation, and we have a separation from the main built-up area of Sittingbourne, all of which are acting against the maximisation of sustainable travel. I will refer to Mr. Weaver's evidence. I'm not sure we need to go to it, but you may be aware that he makes a point about the benefits of having a contiguous, I think his words are, contiguous settlement. So essentially the same point, if we had all this development in one settlement, there would be benefits. Now, Mr. Wild, in his rebuttal, at his paragraph 4.3.7, he suggests that if all the development were in one settlement, the distances involved would contradict the principles of a walkable neighbourhood. Now, I am just going to jump around to a different plan. If we go to Mr. Wild's appendices,
So where are we going?
so Mr. Wild's appendices,
Appendices or rebuttal?
rebuttal appendices. And it's JWR 6, so the sixth appendix.
It's 87. It's 86 and following.
Okay.
No, I'm having difficulty finding it. Nearly there, sorry. Right, so here, this is Mr. Wild's plan that he's produced that's showing combined, well, the title is Combined Walk and Cycle Isochrones. Now, the part of this plan that I want to draw your attention to, if you can see that Mr. Wild has marked on the 2 kilometres. There's quite a few arrows on there that illustrate 2 kilometres. If you if you imagine a circle with a radius of those 2 kilometres and centre it in the middle of Sittingbourne, you find that, I hope you can see it clearly enough, the vast majority of Sittingbourne urban area lies within 2 kilometres of the centre. So Sittingbourne itself if we're looking at a 2 kilometre distance, would be contained within that distance, most of it. Now, the population of Sittingbourne is, give or take, 54,000. The population of this development, give or take, would be about 20,000. So it would be about 2/5 of the area that is covered by the whole of Sittingbourne if we put all the proposed development into one blob, if I can call it a blob.
And what in your view, would be the benefits of doing that?
So the maximum distance I used again. You can do the calculation yourself. Just area of a circle, pi r squared. The radius of that settlement would be about 1.26 kilometres. And the benefit of having all that development in one place is that the maximum distance for somebody to walk from the outside of the settlement to the middle of the settlement would be 1.26 kilometres, significantly shorter than the distance in Sittingbourne. And it would be a walkable distance for most journeys, and it would also make travel on bicycle or other modes, active modes, much easier. I think it's important to think about that because the point I want to demonstrate is that the sustainability of this development is not as great as Mr. Wild suggests it is. So just to run through the benefits of a single settlement, it maximises opportunities for walking. It can be served by a single bus service. It maximises internalisation. If there are issues about connections with other settlements, it's far easier to do that if you're thinking about one settlement rather than lots of separate parts of development. On top of this,
that general kind of overview, if you want, about sustainable transport, are we now coming on to the severance effect of the Southern Relief Road and the A2?
Yes. So on top of the issues about the way the development is configured, we also have this issue about severance. The Southern Relief Road passes through the centre of Oakwood and Highsted, and the A2 lies between land west of Tenham and all the development to the south. So we have several layers of severance. Now, I'm conscious Mr. Wild, in one or two places in his rebuttal, suggests that he doesn't know what severance is or doesn't deal with it. I'm sure he has worked with the IEMA guidelines for the environmental assessment of traffic and movement. It's basically it's the textbook for doing environmental assessment for transport. And severance is defined in that as the perceived division that can occur within a community when it becomes separated by major transport infrastructure. And that is paragraph 3.1.3 of the IEMA guidelines, if you'd like to find that.
Have we got that?
It's
a core document.
It's not a core document.
What paragraph did you say it was?
3.1.3. No, sorry, 3.13. I'm not talking that straight. 3.13.
Well, if it's to be referred to, it ought to be a core document, I thought.
We can produce a copy, and I'm sure, given it's an industry text, Mr. Wild can deal with it when.
I'm just trying to find happy for it to be submitted. That's obviously no problem. It is in that definition that's just been read out is cited in the environmental statement. If that short circuits the need to add it, That would be good. But I'll just try and if I can come back to you with the paragraph reference in a minute, I will do that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Now, severance is not a trivial matter. The Southern Relief Road is predicted to carry over 1,400 HGVs per day. Mr. Wilde suggests that the road might be comparable with a local distributor road or a residential estate road, but if you stood on one of those roads, you would be lucky to see a single HGV all day. This is not a local distributor road or residential estate road. It is built and would operate as a relief road carrying high levels of HGVs and high flows in both directions. The character of the road, it wouldn't be like a residential estate road. It would be very busy. It would be noisy. For those people close to it, it would feel threatening, particularly as the HGVs passed, similar to our experience of walking along the A2 on the site visit. I think about this a bit like this issue of severance, a bit like a bypass, a classic situation where a bypass has been built around a town, or is proposed around a town, and there's inevitably concern raised by residents and others that, surely over time the settlement will expand. It'll move out up to the bypass. I have never heard local residents complain that development will encroach on up to the bypass and beyond it, because it is reasonable, or it's a reasonable assumption that bypass forms a barrier, because it does form a barrier. It falls specifically under that definition, a perceived division of separation caused by a major transport piece of infrastructure. My concern is that the Southern Relief Road and the location of development north and south of the A2 is that it is baking in a negative adverse impact of severance. So right from the word go, we are put at a disadvantage. And what this leads to is all the infrastructure, not all the infrastructure, a lot of the infrastructure and the discussion that has been around movement is an attempt to mitigate this built-in adverse impact. So, for example, on the site visit walk yesterday, we stopped at one point, which is the crossing point between the two Oakwood junctions. Ma'am, you might remember you said, is the secondary school close to here? And it was confirmed, yes, it was just to the north. And Mr. Wilde suggested that the pedestrian crossing there would be uncontrolled. Now, I strongly suspect that there would be a necessity for that pedestrian crossing in close proximity of the secondary school to be signal controlled, because that road is not going to be a safe environment for school children to cross over in an uncontrolled manner. Excuse me. So we have, as time's gone on, discussions have progressed. There are several places along the Southern Relief Road where public rights of way are crossing it, where local communities need to cross it to get from one side to the other, and Mrs. Bonney will expand on that, as well as the junctions themselves, which sit between different parts of existing and new communities. All of these are having to be amended, adapted to respond to this fundamental problem, which has been, as I say, baked into the design of this development.
Sorry, we've dealt with or you're dealing with the idea of severance. Is there anything else you want to say in respect of severance? I'm struggling to follow in your witness statement as to where we are, but I think we've got down to 2.4.
Would it be helpful just to give a reference to that thing, a paragraph about
Yes.
severance? I don't know if you're changing just for the inspector's note, and you can see if it's enough or if you want to add in a new document. In the environmental statement for the Southern scheme, which is called document 9.1, severance is defined with reference to IEA guidelines on PDF 71 of that, paragraphs 7.34 to 7.35. And then again, just for everyone's note, the severance is thereafter assessed from PDF page 111 and following over sort of, I'm not sure, 10 pages or so. So it may be that I don't know. Anyway, I'll leave it with you. But that's already in the documents.
So could I ask, is my computer mouse on the desk there? It'll just make it a bit easier for me to navigate around. Sorry.
So yes, sorry, I think we're coming to the end of your discussion on severance. Sorry. And
Whether or not those references are sufficient to alleviate having to submit the document itself.
I am happy if that is the definition of severance that I gave just then. If that is in those documents, I'm happy to refer to that.
I'll just read it to you, just so that if you can't find it, it just says severance is used to describe a complex series of factors that separate people from places and other people. This can occur due to difficulties crossing a heavily trafficked road or relate to minor traffic flows if they impede pedestrian access to essential facilities. Factors that have been considered in the assessment include road width, traffic flow and composition, traffic speeds, availability of crossing facilities, and the number of movements that are likely to cross the affected route. And then it goes on to talk about IEA guidelines and classifications under those guidelines as slight, moderate and substantial.
Yes. I think that's the old IEA guidelines. This is the one I gave is the later one, which is July, I think, 2023. I mean, it's essentially the same thing, but that is just going into a bit more detail.
Well, perhaps we better have a.
I'm happy, obviously, if they can add it. If they want to add it, that's absolutely fine by us.
Okay.
Yes, I think that covers the severance point. I did want to say just something about how that relates to paragraph 109 of the NPPF.
yes, by all means.
Could I refer you, ma'am, to the master planning proof of evidence, which is CD 37.1.2?
The master plan of the South?
Yes.
You mean the proof of evidence of Mr. Sutherland, I think? Is that what you're meaning?
I've just referred to it as master planning proof of evidence.
In our booklet.
No, I think, just to be clear, madam, he's talking about a proof of evidence rather than a plan. It's the proof of evidence about master planning.
I see.
Well, it is largely plans, actually.
So, well, what CD did you say?
CD 37.1.2.
Hang on.
which I think is one of these documents that might take a while to load up. Are you waiting, Mum, for it to...
I am at the moment. Right, okay, so what paragraph are we on?
Mine's still loading, I'm sorry. I might have it somewhere else where I can...
What page? Did you get a page?
Tell us which bit we can...
So, paragraph 4.3.4.
That's on PDF 47.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I've opened it up elsewhere.
Okay.
Right, so we're on... So 4.3.4... So yes, essentially the point is this is setting out the master plan evolution. So this is essentially telling us what was important as the design, which I've been talking about, was coming into existence. Now, if we look at 4.3.4, if I can read that out, the natural attributes of the location of Highsted Park, including landform, landscape character, wooded areas, visual sensitivity, as well as areas and features of valued ecological habitats and protected species and heritage assets and other areas of interest have been assessed and form the starting point of the Highsted Park Master Plan. Now, all those things, I'm sure, are very helpful things to consider, but what I don't see there is any evidence at all that the requirements of paragraph 109 of the NPPF that requires that transport issues are considered from the earliest stages of plan making and development proposals has been adhered to. I have gone through this document to see if and when sustainable transport has found its way into the design of these proposals, and I find no evidence of it. All I see are what has appeared over the last few months, essentially, the Sustainable Movement Corridor, or the elements of that relate to sustainable modes, the bus-only or the bus gate on Highsted Road, allowing buses only to go up there, and the first part of the corridor for bicycles going along Ruinsbarn Road, and then recently that being extended down Woodstock Road and Woodhall Road. So I wanted to draw your attention to that because I think it is important, and it in a way explains my concerns about why we're looking at a development here that is so poorly arranged if we're thinking about it in terms of sustainable travel.
We come back to your proof. I think it would be helpful if you could take the inspector through paragraphs 2.5, where you start to set out your concerns about particular modes of transportation. Just
is that my main proof or
main proof? Yes.
2.5?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Let's if I can sort of deal with walking, cycling, and bus use separately, I think that's the most helpful way to look at it. If we look at Appendix JWR6 that we were looking at previously of Mr. Wild's rebuttal. There we see Mr. Wild he's adopted an approach he's suggesting that what that is showing is that essentially that blue area in the middle is a walking zone that is accessible on foot from the development. Now, he criticises my approach where I centre the 2 kilometres in the middle of Sittingbourne. Now, I did consider doing something like Mr. Wild has, but the problem is what we get from this is quite a misleading idea about how much the development lies within 2 kilometres of those key facilities within Sittingbourne. Now, if we took out, for example, the 2 kilometre circle that relates to Highsted North, that takes out most of Sittingbourne. And then none of Highsted, none of Oakwood, and none of land west of Tenham would lie within 2 kilometres of any part of Sittingbourne. Mr. Wild also uses crowfly distances. As we know, those are not representative of actual walk distances, so these are the absolute distances or areas that could be covered if there was an absolutely straight path or road within these areas. So we are looking at the kind of extreme optimistic areas that could be covered. Mr. Wild also relies on this 2 kilometre threshold, and I'm going to quote him here. If you turn to his rebuttal, paragraph 2.6.17, which is on...
It's on page 39.
Fourth line down. Well, let's start at the top. First end of the first line. While I accept numerous numbers are cited for reasonable walking distances, including 1.6 and 2 kilometres, none of these represent a limit. Rather, they set a distance over which it should be expected that all trips can take place on foot. Now, what about the elderly? What about those with mobility impairments? What about those carrying loads? What about those accompanying small children? What about when it's raining? What about, and you'll have to take my word for this, I looked it up, 28% of the population who are obese and may well find 2 kilometres difficult. Mr. Wild doesn't seem to understand that the population comprises a whole range of groups of different people, and probably the majority of people would find walking 2 kilometres at least hard work. Many of them wouldn't be able to do it at all, and few people would be willing to do a 2 kilometre walk and back again day after day to undertake regular journeys. For this reason, we have distances for a walkable neighbourhood of about 800 metres. There are no, and Mr. Wild will confirm this, there are no studies that identify exactly how far people will walk, because it does vary between people and different locations. But what we can say is that after a relatively short distance, 400, 800 metres, the proportion of people who undertake journeys on foot falls off very quickly. We cannot plan sustainable developments on the basis of assuming that everyone can walk 2 kilometres. If we look at my figure, the BRB3, where I have put a star in the middle of Sittingbourne and identified that as town centre. Now, figure BRB3, sorry, not appendix, yeah.
We looked at it before, it's just after page 39.
Has it missed out there? Yeah. So we've got the yellow-orange star there that I've put in the centre. Well, I've called it the town centre, but I've been quite kind there. You probably will appreciate that most of the major facilities in Sittingbourne lie to the north of that. They lie to the north of the station, where we've got the large supermarket, masses of employment, lots of non-food retail, lots of commercial. The centre of Sittingbourne is actually further away. So when I say none of the development lies, apart from North Highsted, lies within 2 kilometres of the centre of Sittingbourne, I'm actually underestimating. It's actually even further than that if you are travelling to those uses, to the most of the uses that would be attracting people. I'm also conscious that if you do want to travel to those uses, there are acres and acres of free parking provided around there. In terms of walking, I will come back to this when I talk about the Woodstock Road, Runes Barn Road corridor. But the introduction of cyclists onto the footway, a shared footway, is actually a deterrent for pedestrians. It is less comfortable, less attractive to be walking on a footway, a shared footway, in the presence of cyclists than it is if you're walking on a footway that's just reserved for pedestrians. That's just a general point about the merits of walking from this site. I'm also another point. If you're using that the corridor, the Runes Barn Road corridor, the modelling that Mr. Wild has submitted shows that a pedestrian, when they get to Tunstall Road, because this junction is shown to be over capacity, it's running at a cycle time of 120 seconds. So the implication of that is that if you're walking along there, if you're unlucky, you could be waiting 2 minutes before you can actually cross the road, which I don't consider prioritising that corridor as a pedestrian route. I was going to put into context 2 kilometres, but after our site visit, I'm not sure it's going to be particularly convincing. But if you want to know what 2 kilometres feels like, if you turn left out of the Swale offices and you walk along the A2, when you get into Bapchild, there's a pedestrian crossing, a signalised pedestrian crossing. That is almost exactly 2 kilometres. So if anyone wants to try walking 2 kilometres there and back, see how long it takes. Mr. Wild has suggested that it takes 20 minutes. I would suggest that it takes significantly longer, even for me, but for most people, significantly longer. Google Maps, you put into Google Maps, that comes up with 32 minutes. And, you know, make of that what you will.
And coming back onto your main proof. So we've been discussing walking. Within your main proof, under the section severance effect of the Southern Relief Road and the A2, you discuss at 2.5 about sustainable settlements providing high levels of pedestrian and cycle amenity. Could you take the inspector through what you mean by that?
Yeah, so pedestrian cycle amenity, essentially how pleasant it is to walk or cycle. Things that would reduce amenity are the presence of vehicles, fast-moving vehicles, HGVs in particular, having to cross roads, so having to stop, having to divert your route makes it inconvenient. A reduction in pedestrian amenity, again, is baked into this development, because if you follow pedestrian routes, for example, along the pedestrian cycle facility next to the Southern Relief Road, you find that at the junctions you are forced to divert and take routes that are not direct. Then you have to wait to cross the roads if you want to get to the other side. Because the pedestrian and cycle facility is only on one side of the Southern Relief Road, you could be unlucky enough that you have to cross twice. If you're going from the northern part of Oakwood to the western part of Highsted, you would have to cross over the Relief Road twice. I think sometimes looking at this development, there's an idea that, well, this is what it's like, and that's the way it should be, and therefore we will just put in mitigation. But there is a fundamental flaw in the concept which the applicant has tried to remedy by adding the SMC along the Relief Road. But essentially, again, it's trying to minimise the adverse amenity effects as well as the severance effects. So we have in transport environmental terms, we have a sort of double whammy in terms of impacts, which are very difficult to mitigate. If we look at well-designed urban areas, they should be permeable. They should minimise distances. Pedestrians should have as direct a route as possible, and crossing busy roads should be kept to an absolute minimum. None of those things are possible for a lot of journeys here. When you're as soon as you go out of one of these parts of the development, then you're faced with significant difficulties, both in terms because of severance and the amenity point.
Now, at 2.8 of your proof, you discuss the pedestrian link between the residential areas in Highsted East and Highsted West, described as a green bridge. Is there anything further you want to explain to the inspector in respect of your position surrounding that bridge?
I think if I take you to my is it appendix or figure? Let me just check. At the back of my main proof of evidence, so it's figure BRB2, so just before the one we've been looking at. Which is the section of the Broad Oak Road junction. by the science park. So, I mean, it's not shown as a green bridge there, but it's essentially the concept design for the junction. And bearing in mind we have a dual carriageway section of the Southern Relief Road in this area, we can assume that the concept design is going to be something like this, because it needs to have the kind of on and off slips to allow traffic to join and leave. I've marked on there, if you want to go across from one side of Highsted to the other, you have to negotiate this junction. Now, the simple point is, if Highsted wasn't severed by the Southern Relief Road, you wouldn't have to have this. You wouldn't need a green bridge. You wouldn't need to get significant numbers of people across this major piece of infrastructure. So what I've just identified simply is, if you want to walk across this piece of infrastructure, you have to cross at least 2 and potentially 3 junctions while doing it.
And you go on to say that the bridge fails to provide any meaningful priority for active travellers. What do you mean by that? If it was going to be, I mean, I've seen proposals for green bridges where cyclists can just go over a river, some feature, and they just go from a high quality cycle route over the feature, off the other side, and it prioritises that movement. This doesn't do that. This is not in keeping with what I would call a green bridge in terms of encouraging green travel, sustainable travel. This is essentially a grade separated junction over a dual carriageway, over which some pedestrian facilities have been provided. There's nothing special about this in terms of encouraging sustainable travel. All it is trying to do is provide some way to get from one side of a village to another side of the village. It's added distance. Presumably, there will be mitigation to try and make the experience a bit more pleasant, because it'll be passing over. If you think of standing on the bridge, Runesbarn Road Bridge, over the M2 yesterday, how difficult it was to actually hear people speak. I mean, the decibels, and there will be a lot of HGVs on this section here, and it's a dual carriageway. It will not be a pleasant kind of environment. It's not just the noise, it's the dust, it will be the emissions. Yes, if I understand the proposal is to make it green by growing things on it, but my view is that it is a barrier. It remains a barrier to sustainable travel. And ultimately, what will the result be on sustainable travel?
Well, it will put people off. It obviously increases distances for people. If you're on one side if you're on the non-Sittingbourne side of the Southern Relief Road, it just adds more distance, more junctions to cross. It will deter people from travelling actively.
And so what is the alternative?
The alternative is don't build the Southern Relief Road through the centre of the settlements.
And those looking for an alternative in terms of using sustainable travel, if it is built this way, how are they going to behave?
So
if the proposal is built out as planned, and bearing in mind your views on the impacts on sustainable travel, how are people going to behave when making the journeys they need to make within the settlement as proposed?
Well, people will be more inclined to get in their car. It's a clear deterrent to walking and cycling, But what it does provide is highway capacity. It becomes easy to drive.
Coming through your proof, we come onto the section on barriers to walking, and I'm conscious that we've had a big explanation on barriers to walking and the distances involved. You referenced earlier that you were going to come onto the Ruins Barn Road point, and I think, is this the point at 2.13 of your proof?
No, I was going to come on to that when I come to that issue.
Okay. Can I ask you now to turn to the point you raised about the Ruins Barn Road earlier, so that we can see what it is you have to say about that?
Okay. Which particular point?
Earlier, you said you'd come back to the impact on kind of pedestrian use of Ruins Barn Road.
Shall I deal with that now then?
2 minutes or something, didn't you?
Sorry?
You said you might have to wait for 2 minutes.
Oh, yes.
Is that point you meant?
Yes. I'll have to move. Okay. So, bear with me a moment while I identify exactly where it is. It's because you're asking me to do this out of sequence now.
Apologies, I thought I was working through your proof, and I thought we were getting to that point. But if it is a different point you were going to raise, then raise it when you consider necessary.
Yes.
So, if I've asked you the wrong kind of question at this stage, can we go on to 2.13 and?
Well, let me just refer you to the 2 minutes. So if we look at page 162 of the rebuttal, Mr. Wilde's rebuttal appendices.
Where in your proof did you actually deal with this? Just so I've got a note.
Oh no, this is it's not in the proof because this was in Mr. Wilde's rebuttal.
Okay. Okay.
So
appendices.
So if you look at his rebuttal appendices, page 162 I've got, which isn't going to help you.
Page 100. Sorry.
Signal timings diagram.
Yes.
Okay.
There we are. So there we have. I don't know how familiar you are with Lindsay.
Well, try not to be too familiar with it.
All I need to point to, if you look. If you look along the bottom, time in cycle in seconds, essentially that is showing how the signals work around the various stages in the whole cycle. So what that shows is that the junction is working on a cycle time of 120 seconds. So if you are sitting in front of one signal and it turns green, then the next time it turns green, it'll be 2 minutes later. So, and that applies to people in vehicles, and it also applies to people using the signalised crossing that's being proposed in that location. So, if you arrive at that signalised crossing just as the red man comes up, then you will have to wait not the full 120 seconds, but you would have a wait of well over whatever the phase length for the crossing less than 120 seconds. But essentially, you'd be waiting almost 120 seconds to get across there, because that junction just like the Woodstock Road, Gall Court Road junction, has got very high vehicle demand, and so it is very difficult to prioritise pedestrians using that. You could give pedestrians more opportunities to cross, but what that would do is push the junction even more over capacity, so that you would get even longer queues than are currently being predicted. That's the source of the 2-minute wait that I mentioned.
We were covering your points in respect of walking, and I'm sorry if I've taken you out of sequence, but is there anything further you want to say in respect of the walked experience?
Let me just check. Yes, I would. Again, this relates to the amenity point. I note that Mr. Wilde states that he thinks it's a positive thing that pedestrians follow the alignment of highways. That's in his rebuttal at paragraph 4.2.3. But I don't agree with this. I think walking or cycling next to the Southern Relief Road would not be a particularly pleasant experience. It would be quite difficult, for example, to hold a conversation because of the passing HGVs. As I said, over 1,400 a day. There would also be air pollution and dust. It's not a pleasant environment. The problem has been that the priority has been given to the Southern Relief Road as an artery for vehicle traffic, and then the facilities for active travel have been tagged onto that without thinking carefully about the experience of those people who are expected to use that. I've already mentioned the diversion that pedestrians are expected to make at the Broad Oak Road junction to accommodate the vehicle lanes. And I suppose there is also a point to be made about the SMC itself. And I'm talking here about what has previously been referred to as the bus lane, or the bus priority facility. Let's just call it the SMC. I'm conscious that we might not be exactly sure what's going to be going along there, but what I can be confident about, if it's intended to form some kind of mass transit or individual transit corridor, then there will be lumps of hard material, let's be very general about this, containing people moving presumably at high speeds, if they're going to have any benefit over general traffic, going along this corridor. It's not going to be like a footway or cycleway. It's going to be something that is potentially much more dangerous, something that has to be fenced off, separated from people. People can't be allowed to wander onto it or cross at any point, because they would be put at risk. So the inclusion of this in this location, because the whole concept sits between one half of the development and the other, puts an added layer of severance into the mix.
When you say high-speed mass transit corridor, do you mean a sort of tram system?
Well, it could be a tram, it could be a bus, it could be...
They don't necessarily go at high speed, would they, necessarily?
Well...
It would be stopping, wouldn't it? get on and off.
Well, therein lies another problem. I mean, one of the issues I will come on to is questioning the benefit of what this actually achieves. If it's low speed, then whatever goes along there won't have any time advantage over cars. And if there's no time advantage, then it's not going to attract a lot of people. So the faster it goes, the more effective it could potentially be, but the more severance it's going to cause. The slower it goes, the less attractive it's going to be, but it would reduce the level of severance. Does that? I'm sorry, I can't be more specific because we don't know exactly what's going to.
No, we don't. Thank you.
So, just to conclude on walking, I think I've the overall point is that the way the new development is planned, proposed, laid out, and the effect of the severance effect of the Southern Relief Road and the A2 means that the level of walking associated with development is going to be very low. Within those separate parcels, I do accept people will walk. You know, if there's a local shop and they live in that parcel, they will certainly walk. But if they want to get into Sittingbourne, or if they want to get to another parcel of development, the level of walking will be extremely low.
If they have to cross the Southern Relief Road, I mean, anybody north of it presumably would be able to.
People north of it, well, if they're going to Sittingbourne, they've still got to negotiate the long distances and the.
Yeah, but you're talking about the severance.
The severance effect, yes. Obviously, the severance effect will only affect those who are crossing over that barrier.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So does that bring us to a conclusion in respect of the walked experience? Yeah. And then I think if we carry on into your proof, you move on at paragraph 2.14 to a section on poor provision on cycling.
Yes. Ma'am, you might have noticed, if you been out and around Sittingbourne, you do not see a lot of cyclists. There are not a lot of cyclists. It is not a place where people are currently cycling. That is reflected as well in the census, and I give the data 2021 and also 2011. 2021 obviously potentially affected by COVID, but whether we take 2011 or 2021, the level of bicycle use in Sittingbourne is currently very low. As I've said, I have cycled the routes that are being put forward as routes that people could potentially use. If we go to, I think it's probably a sensible time, if we turn to Mr. Wild's appendix, which shows he's quite helpfully pulled out some Strava data. So it's
This is ordinary proof you're talking about, or
his rebuttal appendices, page 88, appendix JWR7. Which is page 88 or
yeah.
thereabouts. So there we have. So I don't know whether you're familiar with Strava data.
Well, depends what you mean by familiar with it. I've come across it.
It's
I've used it myself.
Cyclists.
Quoted it.
It's quite a useful thing. It shows the kind of topography of routes. You can put your route in, and it'll tell you the ups and downs. So Mr. Wild has pulled out the topography from Strava. So if you just have a look at those. So the first one on page 89 shows the journey along the A2 going into Sittingbourne. And if we look at the scale on the left-hand side, I can see it. So the scale goes up to 20 metres. So you can see there, varying from about 18 metres at the high points along there, down to 3 or 4 metres at the low points. But you can see it's not flat. And this is confirmed. You just need to walk or drive along there or cycle along there, and it's not flat. Then if we go to, well, the next one is a similar one that goes out to Oakwood, Dully Road route. But again, we have a similar kind of pattern, ups and downs. And then we have the next one is the route that corresponds with the Ruinsbarn Road, Woodstock Road corridor that's being promoted as the active travel route, if you want to call it that. And what we see there is at the Sittingbourne end, we have an elevation of almost nothing. And then as we go up Bell Road onto Woodstock Road and up Ruinsbarn Road, we have a gradual, steady incline. Now, Mr. Wilde dismisses this as irrelevant and not something that would constitute a barrier to cycling. I would disagree very strongly with Mr. Wilde. I've cycled up it a few times, and it's hard work. I'm fairly fit. It's hard work. It's not flat, and you know that it's not flat. Similarly, coming down the hill is much easier. I notice as well that Mr. Wilde stops the Strava route just at the, I think he stopped it at, well, he doesn't go all, is that Tunstall Road? Anyway, he doesn't go right to the top. If you recall, yesterday we were walking back to the Science Park along Ruinsbarn Road, and we went down a steep incline, and then we took a right, and then returned to the Science Park. If we had carried on, we would have gone up a similar incline. There's a very steep down and up, which sits between Highsted West and Ruinsbarn Road. So anyone cycling would not only have to negotiate this steady climb, but also would have to negotiate this, quite severe little dip, which goes beyond what Mr. Wilde shows. So, my conclusion is that, first of all, Sittingbourne already has a very low level of cycling. That is partly to do with the topography. It's also partly to do with the fact that the street system, they're constrained, they're quite narrow, there's lots of side roads. If you've been around the south part of Sittingbourne, you'll see that there's a lot of on-street parking. There's one-way roads. In places, vehicles have to give way when confronting a vehicle coming the other way. Cycling on these kind of roads is difficult. It's very inconvenient for drivers because they don't have space to overtake. Cyclists feel pressurised. All the side roads are potential risks. They don't make for easy cycling. And then if you go to the north of the town, around the retail areas and the commercial areas, then we're into wider roads, faster roads, big junctions. It becomes quite difficult to get round on a bicycle. It's not the kind of place where you would want to do a lot of cycling. I've done some because I'm a confident cyclist, but I can say confidently that it is not the kind of place that would encourage people to jump on their bicycles. And we can see that because they're not doing that.
So that's you expressing your view on the existing cycling facilities within Sittingbourne. Do you have a view on the opportunities to improve cycling that this proposal may present?
Okay, so at the moment, there's several sort of places I think would be helpful just to think about those separate places. Leaving aside Woodstock Road at the moment, if we think about the A2, there are some cycle facilities along there at the moment, but if you are heading into Sittingbourne along the A2, beyond, I suppose, where the Bapchild bypass would come in, we would assume that there would be some cycle facilities along the side of that. I think there would be. But beyond that, we sort of... we have a situation where we're kind of... sorry. where we're coming off the road for a short stretch, then onto the road, an on-road facility, then coming off, crossing over a road, then going off-road, then onto the road, and then we're sort of carrying on to Sittingbourne on the road. There are a number of large junctions, significant junctions along there, where there's a requirement for 2 lanes of traffic, where there isn't space to put cycle priority measures. And if we look at the LC whip, which is Mr. Wild in his figure 4.2 in his rebuttal.
It's on page 87 of Mr. Wild's rebuttal.
So I'm just guessing there. So we have a extract. Sorry, it's taking a while. I've got too many PDFs open. Okay, so we've got an extract here from the Kent Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, which shows the Sittingbourne walking and wheeling zone. So you see there's several notes and arrows and dots on the map. When we sort of drill down into this, what we find is that they're very localised: footway widening, improved pedestrian crossing, general improvements to town centre public realm, improve wayfinding, widen footways, upgrade pedestrian crossings, improved pedestrian crossing. Essentially, what you would find throughout the country, highway authorities try and find those things that they can do that will offer a little bit of benefit for, make it a bit easier, deal with places where people, perhaps there's a safety issue there, perhaps there's a bit of conflict between pedestrians and cyclists, perhaps there's a need for a new crossing. But essentially, what we're looking at here is nothing that's game-changing. There's no paradigm shift here. This is general business as usual, highway authorities doing what they are supposed to do, look at ways to make their networks better for the vulnerable and active travelling groups. The applicants had a long time to come up with something that might be considered a more radical, effective strategy that could benefit cyclists, but all they've come up with is the scheme for Runesbarn Road and Woodstock Road, Woodhall Road, which I'll come on to in a moment. They haven't come up with anything that convinces me that there is something that would take us from where we are at the moment, which is a very low level of cycling, to a future situation where we have a significantly higher level of cycling. So if I think about what has been recently submitted for Ruinsbarn Road and Woodstock Road, I would point out a number of problems. First of all, which I've mentioned, it's shared use. Cyclists don't like pedestrians on cycleways. They're unpredictable. They don't hear you coming, especially children. You know, they'll move around. You have to go very slowly, be very careful. Pedestrians don't like cyclists on where they are either. It's a mutual uncomfortable situation. They do not mix well. The cyclists, of course, also have to wait this 2 minutes at Tunstall Road. The route on Woodstock Road, it passes, I counted 36 driveways. Driveway after driveway after driveway. Clearly, cars will be going in and out of those driveways. The proposals as they stand, the shared use potentially places the cyclists immediately next to those driveways. So if you've driven into driveway forwards and then you're reversing out, you have no, well, even if you're coming out forwards on some of them, you have no visibility of cyclists. So there is an inherent risk. There's a highway safety risk, but it's also a deterrent to cyclists. When I go on where I live in Newbury, there's a quite a nice cycle route that goes to Thatcham, and I use that, and it's I like it because there's hardly any driveways, hardly any side roads, because it sort of follows the sort of river valley, so there's no development next to it. That makes cycling easy. But as soon as you are put into a situation where you've got these potential conflict points, the whole thing changes. And I certainly wouldn't allow my children, for example, to cycle to school if they're passing 36 driveways to go a few hundred metres. I've mentioned the gradient, the hill. There are trees as well. You may have looked at those along Woodstock Road. They are wide enough to be constraints in terms of visibility, so you can't see what you're coming up to. They also take up quite a wide space, and the roots are splaying out. So that's an added obstruction. And also, with the latest proposals, cyclists are expected to, when they're coming down Woodstock Road, down the hill, they're expected to stop, cross over the road, and then go on the shared pedestrian cycle route on the other side of the road before crossing at whatever junction arrangement would be put in at the Gore Road, Woodstock Road, what is currently the mini roundabout. And also, if we look at the Woodhall Road route, which wasn't in the original, it was missed out, but it has been provided now, I think, in the Mr. Wilde's rebuttal. Again, that goes past driveways. It shares with pedestrians. Logically, that route should be on the other side of the road because it's next to the field, and so it wouldn't be. You wouldn't have those conflicts with the driveways, but there isn't enough space.
Sorry, which road is that?
So if you're you come to the bottom of Woodstock Road, you go across onto Gore Court Road, so straight across,
Right.
and then this the first road on your right. That's Woodhall Road,
Right.
and the proposal is to also widen the footway there into a shared facility to the end of there. So, again, I think it is important to point out the reality of what we're looking at here, because what I don't want you to think is that this development is bringing forward a step change in infrastructure for active travel. What is being proposed is what the applicant can manage given a very constrained network. In terms of, I would call this, particularly for a development of this size, not even business as usual in terms of providing for alternative modes of travel. A housing development of 500 houses I've seen provide better, more effective and more attractive pedestrian cycle routes than is being proposed as part of this 8,500 houses development.
On your position on cycling, and just to make sure that covered everything. At paragraph 2.18, there's a discussion in your proof about the sustainable movement corridor, and you've produced a figure.
Would it be possible to, so if we are stopping on cycling, just to very quickly just touch in on timing, obviously, but I think as I understand the structure of the evidence, we're at about, well, maybe 2/3 of the way through issue 1, and there are 7 issues, and we've had an hour and a half, which was the full estimate in chief, which is obviously fine, but No, not at all. It's not about fault. No, it's about trying to think about. Obviously, we won't finish Mr. Bamber today.
No.
In chief, I mean, obviously, cross is going to take hours and hours, but so I do wonder. I mean, presumably there'll come a point at which we should stop today and just resume in chief tomorrow.
I was hoping, having a look at the length of the proof in respect of the other kind of 2 modes of transport that he wants to discuss under sustainable transport, we might be able to get to the end of
issue 1.
Buses. Possibly by 1:30 if we can do the whole thing. 1:30, sorry, 5:30.
That'd be ambitious, yeah. Or not
Madam,
yeah.
if you're happy to...
I think I was thinking of going on to 5:30, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's all right.
Do you think someone would get me some water, please?
Yes.
Sorry. Another... If anyone wants to take their jackets off, I see some of you have, please do so. It's ever so warm in here, isn't it? Thank you. Oh, thanks. That'll do. That's fine. Thank you. Thanks very much. So is that all right? We'll carry on. Let's try and finish issue 1 if we can, please.
So, Mr. Bamber, just bearing in mind the time issue that we have at the moment, I think we're coming on to the section in your proof at paragraph 220 dealing with the poor bus provision.
Yes. Right. Okay. Let's look at. I think the quickest way, if we look at the sustainable transport strategy, I'm just thinking this might be somewhere else that's easier to look at. Is it in Mr. Wild's proof?
Be in the core docs, I expect.
The plan that shows the proposed bus routes.
Yeah, that could be found. It's in more than one place, but it could be found in the TA itself.
Yes, it's in the sustainable. So it's CD 7.31.5.
That's right, and it's page 41 or PDF 42.
Could you give me the CD number again?
It is 7.31.5 and it's PDF page 42, figure 5.1.
And just bear with me, please. Sorry, hang on a minute. PDF points. Sorry, PDF
It was
42.
42, exactly, yes.
Right, yep.
My computer's just seized up. I had too many PDFs open. However, I do have a plan, so I'll start talking. Hopefully, it'll sort itself out. Okay, this is what is proposed in terms of bus services. So we have the pink service serving Highsted. We have the green service serving Oakwood, and then we have the blue service, which is connecting Highsted with Oakwood with land west of Tenham. Now, there's a number of things I can point out. I will point out. First of all, the Oakwood service, the green one, presumably it's been routed like that because it's making use of the priority bus route on Highsted Road. That is not an attractive bus route because people getting on at Oakwood are effectively being transported away from Sittingbourne before they turn north to go up Highsted Road. The people in the pink and the green routes are forming loops. So either you could be unfortunate enough that you pick the bus up on the wrong side of the route and you have to do a complete loop around either Highsted or Oakwood before you start going in the direction you want to. Or if buses travel in both directions, you are either going to have to double the number of services to get the same frequency and cover that issue about having to go around the loop. Either way, we're looking at quite an inefficient way to serve those developments. The blue service is marked there just going up and down the Southern Relief Road and the access into the northern part of the development. That in itself isn't really picking anyone up. Presumably that would need to be somehow coordinated with the other services. If it were, then you'd have to get on one of the other services and then change. Or you would take the blue route, loop it around both Highsted and Oakwood, in which case your journey times are going to be extended enormously. Also, the blue route, I believe, is intended to be extended into Tenham to serve the station. You will have been to the station, I'm sure, and realised that there are no facilities at the station to put in a bus stop. You'd be essentially, if a bus stopped at the station, you would be getting off in the access to the car park. There's no footway on that side of the road at the station. And there's no crossing point either to get people onto the other side if they are travelling back. So we are confronted with a very convoluted, inefficient, complicated number of services trying to somehow reach all the people in this development. It has not been designed for buses. A bus operator would, unless they are receiving the subsidy, would throw their arms in the air and say, I wish you had come to me first before you designed this, because this is a nightmare. Yeah, okay. I think I've said enough about those. Oh, yeah. Also the point about this. Mr. Wilde will say that obviously this is not the final. This can be tweaked. But if you tweak it one way, you get a problem. It's like a balloon, you get a problem somewhere else. Highsted East at the moment is being bypassed by the bus because the bus, the pink service, where the loop comes together at the top, then it's scooting along the Southern Relief Road and bypassing all the people in Highsted East. So they really haven't got a quality bus service at all in this proposal. The bus. An issue about this bus priority, if a bus service is going to be successful, if it's going to have an advantage over general traffic, then it has to have a time advantage. So bus services that are effective are the ones that are radial routes into the centre of large urban areas where a bus lane is provided, where the buses can get ahead of the queues of slow-moving or stationary traffic. This bus priority route essentially ends just at the point where it should start. Once you're into Sittingbourne, that's when the delays start. But just as you get into Sittingbourne, that's where bus priority ends. So again, it's trying to deal with a highly constrained situation, doing the only thing that is available. And at the same time, I think Mrs. Bonney will point out some of the other adverse effects of closing that route for local people. I need to deal with Mr. Wilde's rebuttal because he deals at paragraph 4.4.34. He makes some comparisons between car and bus journey times, suggesting that the bus routes are competitive when compared with cars. Have you found that? Yes. Okay. So I've had a look at that. He appears to have ignored the fact that the buses are having to loop around the villages. He's not allowed for walk time at the beginning and end of the bus journey. He doesn't state what dwell time he has assumed at bus stops, how long people are assumed to be waiting. He appears to have ignored the fact that buses are generally slower than cars because they have to stop now and again to pick people up and set them down. He also omits to consider the fact that buses generally have fixed routes, and therefore that makes them, for a lot of journeys, not as convenient for people because the walk distances at the beginning and end might be quite long. He also makes no allowance for modal bias, that being the fact well established that even if the cost of using the bus is shown to be the same as the cost of using a car, people will generally use the car. So my general conclusion on that is I consider his evidence on this point about the competitiveness of bus times to be worthless.
And coming on that last point seems to be in the final sentence of paragraph 2.22 of your proof, you go on to discuss the SMC that we've touched on before at 2.23, and you explain how you consider that the benefit provided to buses by the SMC is extremely limited. Do you want to just explain what you mean by that?
Yes. If I suppose we could start with that point about an effective bus service or bus priority is in the direction you want to go. In this case, into Sittingbourne. People will primarily, from this development, want to get into Sittingbourne. But the SMC doesn't go into Sittingbourne. It is a radial route that circles around the outside of Sittingbourne. It is put there because of the way that the development has been split up and separated into these villages. So the question is, who would use, for example, if it was a bus on this route, who would use that in preference to driving? Now, it's all very well having a nice facility that accommodates buses or other whatever vehicles might be going along there. But you have to remember that at the same time, what it's following is a high capacity relief road. And car journeys along that relief road will be fast and convenient and easy. The buses, there is hardly a point at which buses get any advantage over cars. Where buses join back on at the Church Street Road junction, the buses have to, if they were buses, have to negotiate an additional junction to get back onto the Southern Relief Road. So they are actually facing more delays than if you were driving along there in your car. So my question, I suppose, is what is the point of this? Mr. Wilde will say, well, it's to accommodate some future technological transport innovation. But where we are at this point in time, it's very difficult to envisage how this SMC, running as it does, not the full length of the Southern Relief Road, not extending across the A2, not going up the Northern Relief Road, but just a section of the Southern Relief Road, and a section that is not subject to queues and delays for general traffic. What benefit is that providing for people who might want to use it? And I would say very little, and particularly given the cost of this piece of infrastructure. We saw yesterday how difficult the engineering is for that part of the route. To widen out that route by an extra 6, 7, 8 metres is going to add significantly to the overall costs of this development. And I have seen no evidence, and I am not convinced that there is any evidence to suggest that the benefit could possibly outweigh the cost. Also, given that it's also adding to the severance effect of the Southern Relief Road.
So, if you've, having considered the bus provision as a whole, do you draw a particular conclusion?
Yes, my general conclusion, based on what I've just said, is that the development is not designed for buses. It is impossible to provide an efficient bus service that caters for the type of demand that we would expect. And this is going to make the bus service expensive, very difficult to make viable in the longer term. And I would expect the level of patronage on it to be very limited, because it is not providing the advantages over general traffic that could, in other circumstances, provide the bus with that attractiveness that will increase patronage and make it more viable. It's a very, very poor arrangement for public transport.
So if at this point, staying with the topic of public transport, at 2.26 of your proof, we come on to your views in respect of poor access to the train station. And here you say that none of the proposed development is within walking distance of the railway station. And you consider it unreasonable to assume more than a tiny proportion of people would cycle from the development. Could you just expand on why you consider it unreasonable?
This relates back to the other points I made about the difficulty of cycling between the development and Sittingbourne station, and also between the development and Tenham as well. The land west of Tenham are closer to the Tenham station, but the rest of the development is poorly located, too far to walk, difficult to cycle. I think that's probably. I don't think I need to say anything in addition to what I've already said about cycling, but essentially that also applies to access to Sittingbourne railway station.
And in respect of walking?
Well, Sittingbourne is beyond walking distance for the vast majority of the development. And Tenham station is only within reasonable walking distance for a part of that development. I would have thought that a significant proportion of people living in the west of Tenham development, if it were built, would not choose to walk the station. They would get a lift, or it's still quite a long way for them.
And at 2.28, you have summarised the convoluted bus access that we've just heard more about, and you reach your conclusion in respect of Tenham at 2.29. But as an overall conclusion in respect of access to trains, what do you conclude?
Overall, I conclude that development, and I think this is very clear, is less accessible to trains than existing Sittingbourne.
Sorry, is that?
It's less accessible to the train station than the existing built-up area of Sittingbourne.
Do you mean to Tenham or to either?
Let's see. So Highsted is particularly poorly located because that is the furthest. Oakwood is poorly located, for both, and also has the A2 in the way to get up to Tenham. Tenham is it has a level of access to Tenham station, but I wouldn't compare that to Sittingbourne. The reason I compared it to existing Sittingbourne is that this is an important point to bear in mind when we come to talk about mode share and how that has been predicted.
So at 2.30, we come on to your discussion on limited local facilities. And it's a discussion about the level of facilities within each area. What type of facilities are you referring to here?
Oh, I think I've covered this when I was talking about the internalisation. What is being proposed at the moment are local facilities, so like a convenience store and some other the kind of things you see in a small arcade in a housing estate. Those kind of things would be. Local services, everyday needs in each of those. But as I said before, we lose the opportunity to provide something a bit more substantial that could internalise more.
Now, before we move on to just the conclusion on transport sustainability, I just want to make clear as to whether or not there's anything else that you want to add in respect of transport sustainability, which I know is an area of keen interest to you, but is there anything else you want to say?
Yes, well, I call it, the elephant in the room. If we are talking about, we're sitting here talking about sustainable travel in relation to this development and talking about walking and cycling and bus use. But what we do need to keep in the forefront of our minds is that this development comes forward in association with a very substantial uplift in highway capacity. The development straddles a high capacity road that connects to the M2 and then via the Northern Relief Road up to the A249, two strategic roads. This is probably the most important determining factor if we're trying to think about transport associated with this development. The thing that it provides more than anything else is highway capacity.
Thank you. So the concluding 3 paragraphs to this section are your conclusion on transport sustainability. Now, obviously, since you wrote this, you've had Mr. Wild's rebuttal and been on the site visit and heard various points raised. Is there anything that you've heard that changes your conclusion or you wish to expand on further?
There is a point which again will relate to what we'll be talking about tomorrow, which is to do with this decide and provide. And there is an inherent contradiction in what is being put forward by the applicant, because on the one hand we're being told that the modelling and the assessments are being driven by decide and provide, yet in relation to the access strategy, the provision of the new motorway junction and the relief roads is being driven basically by what Mr. Wild would call the old-fashioned predict and provide approach. So the fact that we didn't have sustainable transport considered at the earlier stages of planning this development means that it was never decided what was going to come forward in terms of sustainable transport. What was decided was that this development would be located on high capacity relief roads. And it is only subsequently that there has been some addition to the proposals to mitigate the fundamental issues, which include severance and amenity and the prioritisation of the private car. Those mitigations have only recently been added into these proposals. And because of that, my view is that they are ineffective.
Perhaps in the remaining 5 minutes, at 2.3.2, you set out the fact that you consider that the proposal conflicts with paras 109, 110, 115 and 117 of the MPPF. Could you just succinctly spell out why you say those paragraphs are in conflict?
Yes. So in relation to paragraph 109, I'm repeating myself. Transport issues should be considered from the earliest stages of plan making and development proposals. I've just made the point that that has not happened in this case. In paragraph 110, the planning system should actively manage patterns of growth in support of these objectives. I think, again, I've made it quite clear that I don't believe that there has been any active management of this, of the pattern of what's being proposed here. Paragraph 115, bullet point A, sustainable transport modes are prioritised taking account of the vision of the site. Again, my view is that, and I think it's quite clear, that sustainable transport modes have not been prioritised. And we'll come on to the vision for the site tomorrow. And then 117, within this context, applications for development should give priority first to pedestrian and cycle movements. Now, I hardly have to say anything about this. When these proposals first came forward, pedestrian cycle movements were omitted, in terms of travel into Sittingbourne and between the various villages. So I think it is, my view is that it is quite clear that this development is contrary to paragraph 117 as well. Oh, and also I would draw attention to bullet point C. Create places that are safe, secure and attractive which minimise the scope for conflicts between pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles. I could point to the proposals for the Woodstock Road corridor, which introduces conflicts. I could point to the crossing points of the Southern Relief Road. For example, access to the school. I could also point to the general severance effect that the Southern Relief Road and the A2 have for the development as a whole. And what about subparagraph B? Well, I think also there, if we are looking at movement, again, outside of the individual parcels or villages, or even between the villages. If you're living in one side of Oakwood and you want to get to the other side of Oakwood, that is likely to be very difficult or impossible for those people with reduced mobility. And clearly, these issues about walking distances have a strong bearing on this point. I do not see any evidence that this has been designed with those segments of the community in mind.
Right, good. Can we just have a little estimate, please, of how much longer your evidence in chief is likely to be?
It has obviously acknowledged that it's taken significantly longer than my estimate, and I apologise for that. I would hope that we would be finished by the lunch break tomorrow. It's significantly extended, but I would kind of hope that we can finish before then. But Mr. Bamber obviously has a lot of points he wants to make in respect of Mr. Wilde's rebuttal.
So just to say, I mean, it is what it is. But the cross-examination won't be finished tomorrow, realistically, because I don't think it will be lunch tomorrow. I mean, it might be, but at the current rate, it'll be probably most of tomorrow. And I've got, as I've said a few times, my original estimate was 4 hours, but I'm going to move more into Mr. Bamber and less into Mr. Weaver, who I'd also said 4 hours for. But I think what the reality is that we might get started with cross-examination tomorrow, but I think either way Mr. Bamber will be in Purda over the weekend. either in chief still or in cross-examination.
Okay. Do you
Adam?
think you'll finish the cross-examination on Tuesday?
It depends what time I start. I mean, so if I start at is it after lunch tomorrow,
Yeah.
then definitely finish on Tuesday. But if it's 3:30, 4 or whatever, I mean, you know, it depends. I'm not convinced at the moment that we'll finish chief tomorrow.
What sort of, you know, how long do you think you'll have?
Like 6 hours or so.
About 6 hours.
Yeah, and then 2 hours. So I'd said 8 hours for the two highways witnesses against the two professional highways witnesses against me. Still going to be that, but I'm redistributing more to Mr. Bamber and less to Mr. Weaver. Not least because Mr. Bamber's coming first. So yeah.
Well, Mr. Weaver does make other different points.
Oh, of course he does. So that's why I'm asking. I'm not exactly. So that's why I'm asking. I'll be asking him questions too. But where they do come together like a Venn diagram, I won't repeat things, but obviously Mr. Weaver makes points about things like reference case, so I'll have some questions for him about that.
I can't remember whether there's anybody else that wants to cross-examine Mr. Bamber. You don't, Mr. Young, I'm presuming, do you?
No, I imagine from the estimates that Mr. Simons may have it covered.
You never know.
All right.
And I won't be, long with Councillor Bonney, but that'll be next week anyway,
Well, it's
obviously.
whether we get to Howell Monday or not, really.
Yeah,
No, we're not, are we? Tuesday even.
yeah,
Maybe we should sit on Monday.
yeah. Well, I mean, I can't. But yeah, no. Anyway, yep, too late for that one. But no, it would have been a good idea, maybe in hindsight. But no, yeah, but I suppose the one thing to say is that we'll be back. We're hopefully going to get back onto where the timetable was before, even though obviously National Highways sped up. Everything else seems to be slowing down. But Mr. Bamber was originally supposed to be finished at end of next Tuesday. Let's hope we can achieve that.
Right, okay, well, thank you very much. So we will now adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow, and if you could not obviously communicate with your team, thank you.